This meeting to order, and I will begin by acknowledging that we are in Mi'kmaq in the district of Sabaganagati, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. East Hants further acknowledges the 50 African Nova Scotian communities whose 400-year history have contributed to the province's culture, history, and legacies. We are all treaty people. And I would just note that council has chosen and some staff to wear the orange shirts today. This is our closest meeting to the day on the 30th, Tuesday, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. So we'll now have a moment of silent contemplation. Okay, I would just say that we do have an in-camera item scheduled for the very end of the meeting on a land issue, and I've been told that we have another contractual issue and land issue that will be added to that session as well. So I would be looking first for a motion to set the time and date and time for the next council meetings, the regular meeting of council for policy and in camera October the 21st, and the regular meeting of council October the 25th.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
29th.
October 29th, sorry, I believe I said 25th. All those in favor? Contrary motion is carried. Are there any further amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, I declare the agenda approved. Next, we'll have the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of Council for Policy and in-camera July the 15th, 2025, and the regular meeting of Council, which was held July 23rd, 2025. Are there any errors or additions to those minutes? Seeing none, I declare the minutes approved. We'll now move to correspondence for information, and I would just remind councillors of the new system, make sure you have signed in. So you have the correspondence for information before you, councillors. Is there any items that anyone wishes to bring forward? Councillor Perry, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'd like to bring to attention item number 140, the EA addendum for the quarry expansion project. We have written to the province about this quarry expansion on 2 occasions already. And at both times, the council was unanimous against the expansion. And now they are trying again to submit and are asking the public for feedback, which would include us. So I am going to move that council sends a message to the Minister of Environment and the appropriate collection agency for this item, that council is not for the expansion of the quarry in Mount Uniacke for all the above reasons that we stated on multiple occasions, including environment, the impeding development, the hardship it's doing to the residents, and all those items that we've previously listed in all those letters. I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Musa. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. And the motion has passed unanimously.
That's all I have, Warden. Thank you.
Any other items under correspondence for information that anyone wishes to bring forward at this time? Seeing none, we will move to correspondence for decision. The items are before you, councillors. We'll start at the top and work down. The first item, 151, council approval is required to fund needed repairs to the cooling system in the LEMC server room from reserves. And so Alana's prepared to speak to that. Okay. Could you push your... No. There, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Warden. As you mentioned, we have a cooling system for the server room in the Lloyd E. Matheson Center, and it's not working, and it does require replacement. We have gone to public competition, and the estimated cost to replace with a commercial cooling unit is listed in the memo as $16,900. And so staff are seeking council approval to use building reserve funds to conduct this work. We do have a recommended motion if council wishes to go that route. I will add that to the recommended motion, there's one slight adjustment, which it says move to use up to $17,000 from the Growth Management Grant Municipal Buildings and Property Reserve, which has a balance of $738,000. And instead of March 31st, that's the current balance to date. And that would be to complete emergency repairs to the cooling system in the server room at the Lloyd E. Matheson Center.
Councillor Rhino.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Warden, through you to staff. Does this new piece of equipment have a life expectancy? And if so, did the old one meet the same criteria?
Through you, Madam Warden, I can't speak to the age of the old one. I do know that it predates a number of my team members. It's not as much of a commercial unit, so it has actually less BTUs, but the new commercial unit has a higher rating for more BTUs, and I believe it has a 10-year warranty, and then it would have a life expectancy sort of related to that.
Thank you.
Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm just going to move the recommended motion. Move to use up to $17,000 from GO20 Growth Management Grant, Municipal Buildings and Property Reserve, which has a balance of $738,000 as of March 31st, 2025, to complete emergency repairs of the cooling system in the server room at the LEMC.
Just one brief correction. As stated, it is not as of March 31st. It is as of today.
As of today, September 24th.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Tingley. On before the motion, Councillor Mitchell to the motion.
A question leading to the motion.
Go ahead.
Just on the time frame for the repairs to be done, and in the meantime, any damage to the server.
Through the warden, I believe that the contractor is prepared to do the work fairly quickly and actually has the unit in stock. In terms of damage, I don't believe there's been any damage to any equipment, and staff are managing the cooling with fans and different things like that, but it is something that we would like to get done as quickly as possible.
That's all, Madam Warden. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously. Next item, 103. The district recreation funds for the E.H. Horne School Preservation Society project change has been submitted, and council is asked to consider a funding change based on the revised application. Alana, you're taking that one? Or?
Yep. Thank you, through you, Madam Warden.
Oh, sorry, one moment. Councillor Garden Cole? Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I am a board member and therefore declare a conflict of interest.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Alana.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have to turn your mic on.
It's on. It's on. Thank you, through you, Madam Warden. So the E.H. Horne School Preservation Society had previously submitted a DRF application, and they were awarded funding for their project, which was 2 pieces, repair exterior chimneys, including the liners and brick, and then repointing of brickwork. So the total project cost is listed on the screen, and they did receive approval to get half of the project funds, and that was actually a mixture from 7 districts. So the group did come forward in September, and they've asked to revise their application because they had a large expense related to that project that was unaccounted for, and that was for scaffolding. So what they've asked is to revise their project to repointing of brickwork, and then also to replace electrical fixtures, and some interior painting. Staff did feel that that was a scope change that should be brought to council. It did go through staff grant review and was found to be within policy. So if council was in alignment, we do have a recommendation that would actually remove the initial motion that gave them the first amount of funding. And then what we would do is suggest that following the same percentages from each district, to apply that to the new cost, which is actually about half of the original application costs. So the recommended motion would be there on the screen, and if council wanted to look at alternatives, we've also listed they could consider funding the project, 50% of the project directly from District 10, or alternative amounts, or if they wanted us to defer and bring back a full report at October executive, we could do that as well.
Hey, you've heard the report, councillors. There's your... This new system is sticky tonight. Councillor Dixon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Warden, to you, to council. I'm going to make the recommended motion, but how this occurred, they had work to be done outside, and the contractor could not fulfill the whole project. So he's going to do, there's bricking on one side, he's going to do the front and finish this with the rest. So I'm going to make the motion as presented, that council approve removing second intake funding from E.H. Horne School Preservation Society under motion C28, bracket 218, and approved revised district recreation funding as outlined below. District 1, $1,593, District 2, $1,009, District 3, $505, District 4, $505, District 6, $505, and District 7, $1,592, with District 10, $6,399, a total of $12,108. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Tingley. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Still waiting? Oh, no. The motion is passed unanimously by those present to vote. Next item, number 97, a letter from Jeff Mercer, the Executive Director and Chief Librarian for the Colchester East Hants Public Library, seeking sponsorship funding to support the 75th Anniversary Gala fundraiser to purchase a new library vehicle. The event will be held on October the 18th at the Truro Library. And Alana, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Warden. I think you've captured sort of the request for sponsorship. The library is holding a gala, and in part, this has actually helped to raise funds for a new library van. They are requesting that the District of East Hants become a silver sponsor for the anniversary gala, and the silver sponsorship is in a range of $3,000 to $7,499. There's significant recognition attached to that, I believe, a plaque that goes into the library, as well as online recognition. And I believe that there are 4 tickets for the gala itself. In the past, council has approved sponsorship for the library for a conference in 2023. And at that time, council did provide $2,000, which was a gold sponsorship. So certainly happy to answer any questions as best I can, and up for council discussion and consideration.
I don't know what's wrong, but it's not coming on when I press the button, Tom, if you're here. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. As board chair for the library board, I can definitely say sponsorship for this is definitely something we should look at. When you look at the new vehicle, that new vehicle allows things like the pop-up service to happen in Kennecook. It allows for materials to be moved from Truro to Mount Uniacke, Truro to Elmsdale. They put a lot of kilometers on, servicing a lot of areas of our region. So for that, I'm going to make a motion that we become a silver sponsor by providing $3,000 with, I believe, there's 2,500 left in general government grant funding, and use 500 from the applicable reserve to make up the $3,000 and be a silver sponsor for this event.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Merriam. On before the motion, Councillor Rhino.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you to staff, would this be setting a precedent? I'm just not feeling all that right with sponsorship of a fundraiser. If a vehicle is needed, would not it be better to award a government grant that would go specifically toward the vehicle and not be sponsoring a fundraising event? Because it seems to, I don't know if we are, have we done this in the past? And if so, it just seems like the money would be better spent if we give a grant toward that vehicle outright instead of, because we could be asked to help out with other events around through this municipality and outside that, well, we can't do this, but we did it for one. So you see where I'm coming from?
Adam?
Through you, Madam Warden, council can choose to the councillor to fund this how you so choose. I think the thought process is they're hosting their event as a way to have multiple streams of fundraising. Council could choose to fund strictly dedicated to that unit itself and not attach it to the event and look for recognition as part of funding out of your general government grants directly to a vehicle and not have it tied to the 75th anniversary gala event, if you so choose, is one way. So to answer your question, yes, council could look at just saying, you know what, we see the value of this vehicle. It's great that they're doing a fundraising event that is important, other revenues of funds for them, but we're just going to dedicate it right to the vehicle, and that's your prerogative.
Well, that surely would be my preference for this, because then, you know, other groups come looking for sponsorship or whatever, then we can say, like, on a piecemeal basis, we'll look at it. So really, I don't feel comfortable voting to support this motion the way it is. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. And the motion has passed by a vote of 9-2, with Councillor Dixon and Councillor Rhino voting nay. Next item. Item 86, watching my time here. A letter from the East Hants Farmers Market Cooperative seeking approval to access communal spaces in the East Hants Sportsplex at no cost for 3 fall and winter market pop-up events with a goal of establishing a regular market in 2026. The group will also be seeking a community partnership fund grant and an opportunity to present to council in the future. Alana?
Thank you, through you, Madam Warden. As you noted, the Farmers Market Cooperative, it's new. They had submitted a CPF application, which was incomplete. They have expressed interest in presenting to council and then working with our community development coordinator to actually submit a complete application later this fall. But in advance of that, they feel like the pop-up markets will allow them to gauge community interest, understand the logistics better. As they are a new group, they don't have the funds necessarily to rent a space, so that's why they are requesting to use communal space at the Sportsplex for these 3 pop-up events. And then again, we can anticipate that the group will actually request to present to council.
So councilors, what is your wish? Councilor Dixon? I tried.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I brought up back in the July business from the council about the markets coming in the area and stuff like that. And during the summer, fair amount of camping, I've attended a few of them, and it's a chance, if we support this, for our local businesses to make their product, sell their product, exchange their product. And the news media back in July was it's like $15 million that changes hands. So I think by doing something for the society here, excuse me, is a positive thing. So I'm going to make a motion to support East Hants Farmers Market Cooperative to host 3 pop-up markets, October, November, December, for the 25 season to be held at the East Hants Sportsplex.
Second, excuse me, seconded by Councilor Tingley. On prior to the motion, related to the motion, Councilor Merriam? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I am supportive of this. I think it's a great initiative. I guess I'm just wondering about maybe precedence in that facility of offering space at no cost, and maybe just getting perspective perhaps from staff on, how often do we do this? Do we do it to other groups? Would it be, a good move if we proceed to have a caveat like it's happy to do it for 3 times, but that's it? I mean, I'm just looking for a bit more color, please. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Warden. I think specifically the group is requesting communal space, not ice rental space or the dome or things like that. And certainly by way of the motion saying for the 3 pop-up events and giving those dates, that could certainly sort of frame it as being only for these times. It's not to say that the group's going to come forward and necessarily request to do in Sportsplex in future. And in terms of other groups using communal space, we've had the health board run sort of some sessions out of the communal space on the 2nd floor. But outside of that, it's atypical for groups to actually sort of use those spaces unless they're there for sporting events.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Perry?
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you to staff, we talk communal space. Is this market going to be located outside in the parking lot, like a lot of markets are, where they set up their pop-up little tents and they set up in rows? Or is this going to be held inside the building, and are they just looking to have the facilities open so people, if they need to use the bathroom, can go in? Or I really don't have the scope of what they're looking for. A lot of the terms here are very vague.
So through you, Madam Warden, I think the group has sort of discussed both options, but given the time of the year, I would expect that the November, December are likely going to be inside. October, weather dependent, perhaps they would actually set up somewhat in the parking lot, but I would expect that for those latter 2 dates that it would expect that it would be inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because like Councillor Merriam said, we've had a lot of change, and we've had to institute a lot of policies for that building as the municipality, as owners of it. And some of them haven't always been popular with the user groups that are in there. And I just worry about doing something for free on 3 occasions, because some groups have asked for stuff for free on 1 occasion a year, and we've deferred them to rental fees. So I fully support farmers markets and the concept of them. I just am really worried of what it's going to do when the next group comes and says, well, we want to have our event on this day and we're involving lots of people in the local community. Can we get it for free too? And how that's going to interfere, because on these weekends, has it been looked at? Is there any other things happening at the same time in the rink or in the dome, which can then cause parking congestion or things like that. I don't know, right? That's an operations thing. So like I say, there's a lot of things I don't know. So it's very hard to support a blanket, 3 times in the winter months, but when? And is it conflicting with anything? Is it gonna be, how is it gonna be done in what exact spaces it is? It's just, at this time, without knowing those details, I really can't support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Rhino.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I agree with the concept of this. However, I've heard the concerns of the last two speakers, and I share those same concerns. The communal space, do we let other organizations such as churches, whatever, sell tickets or anything like that to raise funds or anything? Is there anything to govern that around there?
Through you, Madam Warden, I know for certain sport groups and things that would actually be running tournaments and such there, they do use the communal spaces to sell 50/50 and things like that, and that's usually tied to a sporting event that's renting ice pads, the turf and things like that. As I mentioned earlier, the health board has held some sessions there and had some booth-style options on the second floor of the communal space. And I can appreciate the concerns that Councillor Perry brought up, and I think one thing the group was really clear about is that they were willing to work with the staff and not impede other events and things that are happening, so they would try to work through the logistics of that, but I certainly can appreciate the councillor's concerns.
So I can see, other groups coming forward because of, on the weekend, that place is so busy that would be an opportune time for people to go in and help with their own fundraisers. So what I'm hearing is we do not, am I right in saying that we do not have a policy that deals directly with that communal space in the sportsplex?
Through you, Madam Warden, we don't have it written in policy. That's
Okay,
correct.
I think there's where there's where we're lacking. I think there has to be some kind of policy created around how this communal space gets used by the public, so everybody's treated on an equal basis out there. I really do. I think it's needed, and we'll see where this goes, but I do think that policy has to be created. Thank you.
Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So I do have some of the same reservations as my fellow councillors about setting a precedent of, not charging. But on the flip side of that, our staff has worked really hard since we've acquired this building to make it, part of the community and bring it to be the best that it can be in the midst of our community, for our community. And so for that, from that perspective, I feel, Alana, can you define what the community space is they would be using? Is it up by Roxy's Cafe? Is it that room, or?
Through the warden, that was the intent, I believe. It was locations throughout the facility, like the second floor area that's towards the front of the building, not necessarily close to Roxy's.
Okay.
Perhaps somewhere on the lower floor in the entryway off to the side. And again, it's they would work with staff to make sure that it's not impeding otherwise scheduled events. So,
Okay.
They would be
So it
willing to
would
work
kind of
with.
be set up around different spots. Well, maybe we should look at being able, we want to be part of the community in these ways. I feel like we do. Maybe we should look at, deciding to charge a small fee. Councillor Dixon may be able to attest to the fact that when they had flea markets set up at the fire hall, I think the fire hall charges, I'm going to say $15 an hour. $20 an hour, which is basically, it's not much, but I just feel like it's a good idea, and maybe we need to hammer out the details between this group and a potential group going forward, but I don't know. I wouldn't want to turn them away. I'd like to work it out with them. Thank you.
Are there any further comments or questions? Seeing none, there is a motion on the floor. We will go to the vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Perry. Whoops, sorry, try again. Go ahead.
Thank you. To kind of build on, because thank you, Councilor Garden Cole, you triggered something in my brain. I do know a lot of places, like we'll rent a facility and it is a nominal fee for $20, but then they charge each vendor $20 to $50 for their table. So do we know what they're gonna charge the vendors to go in this? Is the vendors not gonna pay anything? It doesn't, if they're getting it for free, what are they charging the people as part of this to go into it? Do we have any idea of that cost?
Through the warden, I don't have those details, no.
So, I mean, if we're being part of the community and we're trying to make it as affordable for them, I hope they're making it, and I don't think they wouldn't, right? But again, the information's not there, what the vendors are gonna have to pay to be part of this, pop-up market. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Rhino, you're going to be the last speaker because we are at the hour for the public hearing. If there are more people wishing to speak, we'll set it aside and come back after the public hearings. Go ahead.
I'm gonna try this. I don't know if everybody agree with me, but I will move to table the motion until we get a, report back regarding creation of policy surrounding the space.
Moved and seconded. There is no discussion on a motion to table. We will go to the vote. And the motion has failed with 5 voting in favor and 6 voting against. And Councillor Dixon, myself, Councillor Merriam, Councillor Hebb, Deputy Warden McPhee, and Councillor Mitchell voting nay. So the motion has passed. Oh no, the motion has failed. Sorry, the motion to table has failed. So that brings us to the motion on the floor. Seeing no one left to speak, we will go to the vote on the motion. And the motion is passed by a vote of 9-2, with Councillor Rhino and Councillor Perry voting nay. Okay, councillors, we've now reached the time on our agenda for our public hearings. First is a demolition hearing scheduled for 7:30. Okay, councilors, we have a hearing scheduled to consider a proposed demolition order for 2693 Highway 215 Moose Brook. I would like to thank all those who have taken the time to attend today's hearing. At this hearing, there will be an opportunity for the owner or personal representative of this property to speak directly to council prior to a decision being made. Pursuant to Section 345 of the Municipal Government Act, only municipal council has the authority to order the demolition of a building, and we should be in a position to make a decision on the property in question following the staff report and any presentations from the property owner or representative. I would now ask the municipality's Manager of Development Services to present her report. If you could press the button, it makes it much easier for me to turn the mic on, please. Go ahead. Oops. Go ahead.
Is there something I have to do? Sorry, Tom, is there something that I have to do to get it to? It's just a PDF. I got lost.
It's on extend, we want it to mirror.
From upstairs.
There you go, and then PowerPoint.
PDF.
Oh, and just a double, okay.
Is that okay? Thank you, Madam Warden. So basically, Part 15 of the MGA regulates dangerous and unsightly premises. What? Tom? Shirley, do you want to put it up? Sure. My computer is not happy today. Thank you. Okay, let's try again. So Part 15 of the MGA regulates dangerous and unsightly premises. So basically, Section 344 of the MGA says that every property in a municipality shall be maintained so as not be dangerous or unsightly. Thank you. So basically, we have received a complaint. When we receive a complaint, we will go out and investigate to determine if there is a violation. If there is a violation, we give notice to the owner and we try to work with them. If the owner shows no intention of cooperating, then we end up going to an order to prepare for the administrator's signature. So that authority is granted through Section 346(1) of the MGA, which says where a property is dangerous or unsightly, the council may order the owner to remedy the condition by removal, demolition, or repair, specifying in the order what's to be done. Council has delegated that to the CAO. However, demolition can only be done by council. So as a result, we're requesting consideration be given to a demolition order for PID 4507 1628 2693 Highway 215 Moose Brook. So we've got some pictures here, and basically the history is that we received a complaint in April of this year. We conducted an inspection in June of 2025. At that time, we discovered a dilapidated mobile home with the windows and entry door open to the elements, and the roof is starting to actually cave in. So the owner, we have been in contact with them. They have indicated they would be willing to demolish the building. They actually have a contractor lined up to remove the building. However, having the demolition order will provide us with a mechanism to ensure that the building is removed should the owner fail to follow through. And then having the demolition order will allow us to waive tipping fees for the resident. So we're recommending that the dilapidated mobile home be demolished and all related debris be removed from the property. So these are just a few extra pictures to show, and you can see the context of what it looks like to the neighboring properties. Part 346(3) of the MGA indicates that where demolition is proposed to be ordered, the landowner is required to be given at least 7 days' notice. So we also did notify them via email, and we posted it on the property within that notice period as well. If council approves this order, it will be served on the property by a municipal special constable. We've given a 60-day time frame in the proposed order, so staff will conduct an inspection after that time. If the building has been demolished and debris has been removed, the file will be closed and no further action is taken. However, if for some reason the building is still there, we'll be in a position to engage our contractors. And then as per Section 507 of the MGA, the cost of this work would become a first lien on the property. So just to conclude, after investigation, we came to the conclusion the property does have a building that does require demolition. The MGA authorizes council and only council to order a demolition of a building. Therefore, staff are recommending that council authorize the administrator to issue an order to require the demolition of the building within 60 days. And the recommended motion is below. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you. I would now ask if the owner or a representative for the owner would like to address council. No, not at this time. Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, we do have a suggested motion. Councillor Mitchell.
I move that a recommended motion be considered. Oops, sorry. That the recommended motion be considered after the property owner or designate is given an opportunity to address council. Recommended motion, council hereby authorizes the administrator to issue an order to the owner of PID 4507 1628 2693 Highway 215, Moose Brook, to remedy the dangerous or unsightly condition of their property by the demolition and removal of the building and all other debris on the property within 60 days of the order being served. I so move.
Aye.
Seconded by Councillor Musa. Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously. So that concludes this hearing, and I would like to once again take this opportunity to thank all those who attended. Now, we are 5 minutes ahead of schedule for our public hearings. I don't wish to start those early in case there are people wanting to come in for those or wanting to sign in online. So perhaps what we, yes, if we go back to correspondence for decision. Adam tells me he can do item 47 very quickly. We'll see. Okay, we'll go back to 58 after the public hearings. We have a request from Luke Guthrow on behalf of the Enfield.
Conflict of interest.
Councillor Dixon is declaring a conflict as he is a member of the Enfield Volunteer Fire Department. We have a request from Luke Guthrow on behalf of the Enfield Volunteer Fire Department asking to make a presentation to committee or council to have council consider taking over the property of Enfield Volunteer Fire Department for the purpose of obtaining grant funding to build a new fire station. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Warden. So council's seen this in their agenda package. And the Enfield Fire Department would like to come and speak with council, and it would likely be, if you chose to enable them to come and present, it would be in October, either at your committee or council. We are looking at volunteers, so we'd have to coordinate with their schedules. Typically, it is on committee day they would come in. And they have a request they want to put in front of council around taking over ownership of their building. And really, they're looking at a new fire hall on that site. And in order to obtain a lot of the funding sources they're looking at, they'd like the municipality to consider owning it. So, I mean, I guess the question to council is we don't often have the fire departments come in, but I think it's been a while since I've even seen a request come forward. So the first question is, do you want to come in and listen to them present? And if so, then, is October would be the intent for them to come in. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you. Councillor Garden-Cole.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I have a few questions about this. First of all, I have reached out to the fire department and was awaiting information on how they were coming along with their plans. Never actually came to fruition, so I have been wondering what's going on. In saying that, is this something typical in your experience? Have we ever owned a fire department, or has there ever been a request to take over a fire department?
Go ahead, Adam.
Through you, Madam Warden, no, the municipality doesn't own any fire halls or fire stations throughout the municipality out of your 13 departments. I haven't seen this request come in to date. So, and I've been here 8 or 9 years. So my time here, haven't seen that come forward to council. And you would be setting, if council wanted to consider this, you would be setting kind of that precedent across the organization, across the municipality.
So,
and I'll just add one thing about
Yep.
them. They had reached out to me. I should have actually encouraged them to reach out to you as well for a follow-up. They had reached out to me to see how they could come in and present, and this is council's mechanism to come in and speak.
well, and that's fine, because I was looking for more, where they were at as far as their planning in relation to the last time I was speaking with them. But, so if we were to agree to this and have them come and make this request, I guess they would be providing us information from their perspective and how it would benefit them. I'm assuming that then it would generate a staff report, because we would need to find out all kinds of particulars and what this would look like, correct?
Through you, Madam Warden. Absolutely. I think you would come in and listen And then it would absolutely generate a staff report, 100%. But if council doesn't want to listen to that conversation, you just wouldn't have them come in. But you could invite them to come in, listen, and we would recommend at a staff level, absolutely a staff report following their presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are now at the hour of 7:45, which is the hour for the public hearing. So we are going to defer further discussion on this item until after the public hearings. So, councilors, this evening we have 3 items on the public hearing agenda. The purpose of this hearing is for council to hear input from the public prior to making a decision on the proposals. To the members of the public who have chosen to participate this evening, welcome. Please note that council's procedural policy requires that you not cheer, boo, clap, or otherwise disrupt this hearing. Everyone that wishes will have an opportunity to be heard. Tonight, council may approve, reject, or defer its decision to a later date. Council approval is required for the proposals to proceed. I will now ask the municipal clerk to outline when the public hearing advertisements were published. Go ahead, Adam.
Madam Warden, a public hearing notice appeared in the September 10th and 17th, 2025 editions of the Chronicle Herald. The notices described in the proposals gave the date and time of the public hearing and indicated that staff reports were available to the public.
Councilors, the first public hearing item this evening, is for a proposal by Clayton Developments Limited to amend an existing development agreement. I would now ask the chair of the Planning Advisory Committee to present his report. Go ahead, Councilor Mitchell.
Shirley, just a minute, Madam Warden. I have the first 2 lines, but I don't have anything that makes sense.
I do believe the report that I have is missing a page. I don't know about you, Councilor Mitchell.
I have 2 lines on the chairs at the bottom of the page. This one's good. Yeah, I have this one. The warden might need it. Okay, give that back to Leanne. Thank you. Planning Advisory Committee has considered the proposal on behalf of Municipal Council. The committee has reviewed the staff report, completed their evaluation, and will make a recommendation to council during this hearing. Madam Warden, through you, I would now ask staff to present their final report on the proposal.
I would ask staff if they would press the request to speak button. Go ahead, Rachel.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So the application is by Clayton Developments Limited, and it's for Kiln Creek and Lance, and you can see the properties outlined in red on the screen there. The proposal is to amend an existing development agreement which was approved in 2020, and the existing development agreement permits a mixed-use walkable comprehensive development district, which includes 1,500 dwelling units, commercial development, parkland, and active transportation trails. So you can see here the properties outlined in red over the aerial photography. And you can also see, I'm just going to point this out, down here towards the bottom of the screen, this is where developments has already occurred and subdivisions properties have been subdivided out of the original property. So the development proposal is to permit self-storage use on an individual lot, which is Block K, permit a reconfiguration of the proposed site design on Block J to enable more multi-unit residential units, enhance opportunities for townhouses, and permit subphasing as subdivision. There are some other amendments that have been requested, but these are very minor in nature. So the self-storage use, this development agreement does not allow for self-storage use in any of the commercial areas. The applicant is requesting a self-storage building with between 2 and 4 stories. And there's an image just up here on your screen, which shows an example of a self-storage building in Bayes Lake. And this is the kind of building that they're proposing. No new commercial areas are proposed. The self-storage use, if approved, will be located in an area that's already identified for commercial developments. So the applicant is also requesting that additional multi-unit residential buildings be permitted and that the development agreement enable an additional 100 dwelling units, which will increase the maximum number of dwelling units to 1,600 for the whole development. So to enable the new apartment buildings, some of the commercial land has been removed and some of the lower density housing has also been removed. And this has allowed the developer to propose Block J. There was a wetland that is proposed to be altered, but they have already sought and received approval from the Nova Scotia government to alter that wetland. I'm going to go to the concept plan just to show you where that area is. So Block J is in this approximate area here. And you can see here, this is the wetland that's going to be altered. And this is the new concept plan, and you can see here Block J. It does lead to a slightly smaller commercial area. Yes, and there's some other elements that I'll go through further on in the presentation, but also just wants to point out that a pocket park is also being provided by the developer, and this is just this land here up near Block J. So the applicant is requesting a reduction in the minimum lot frontage for on-street and stacked townhouses from 18 feet to 16 feet. The applicant has indicated that this will enable them to maintain the diversity of price points for first-time home buyers. They indicate this will enable the development of manufactured townhouses which occupy a 16-foot wide form. So staff are aware that off-street parking is an issue in some areas and have amended the development agreements to add a requirement regarding driveway length. This requirement wasn't in the original development agreements. So the amended concept plan shows a mixture of 16-foot narrow townhouses and 18-foot townhouses. And you can see here is an image of a 16-foot townhouse in a development in Mount Hope. And as noted, there is a request for 16-foot and 18-foot. So the purple areas are the 16-foot townhouses and the orange areas are the 18-foot townhouses. So you can see they're not requesting that all of the townhouse areas be allowed to develop those 16-foot townhouses. There is a mixture of the two types. So the applicant is also requesting that subphasing of subdivision applications be enabled, and this would mean that a phase can be broken into smaller parts if needed. For example, for phase 3 to be broken into phase 3A and 3B, and they've also requested that they be able to alter the phasing order if needed. Staff have added a requirement in the development agreement that requires an open space agreement be in effect for the bridge over the 9 Mile River, or the requirements regarding the bridge is deemed complete before any amendments to sequencing of the phasing being permitted. Increase in unit numbers. Included in the application is a request to increase the number of units from 1,500 to 1,600. And just a note there that this includes the removal of the 55 units from the provincial land sale. I'm just going to highlight that area of land. So originally this area, there was an area of land here that was for garden homes. The province has since purchased this area of land and are now in ownership of that land. The applicant has submitted a revised traffic impact study, which has been provided to the Nova Scotia Department of Public Works, and they've confirmed that they have no concerns with the addition of the 100 residential units. And the applicant has submitted a post-development master stormwater plan, but also each subdivision phase will include a detailed stormwater management plan, which will need to meet municipal standards for stormwater at that time. So as and when standards get updated, they'll need to meet those standards at the time they submit the subdivision plan. Concept plan has also been amended so that the large area of land between the elementary school and the townhouses along Allenshaw Boulevard is no longer being contributed to the municipality. So I'm just going to mention that area go back to the concept plan. So there was an area of land just in this approximate area that had some usable open space benefit, but the remainder of the land is actually wetland, so has no usable benefit for the municipality. And therefore, that land, staff have requested that the land be included in the properties for the townhouses and no longer be provided to the municipality. And removing this land means that the Department of Parks, Rec and Culture would not be responsible for future maintenance. And just to note that this land actually was in excess of the open space contributions sought by the municipality. So based on further review of the approved cross-sections, an additional clause has been added to the draft DA since the presentation at PAC last week. And this goes further than the original 2020 development agreement in that it requires the developer to build new roads, sidewalks and AT trails to municipal standards. The municipal engineer may approve alternative standards subject to the demonstration of meeting the technical intent of the municipal standards. And this adds an extra layer of protection regarding the construction of new roads and sidewalks. Fiscal impact analysis has been undertaken and it looked at the financial benefits to the municipality from what has been approved and from the proposed Block J. So just go back again to the concept plan. So what we did is this is the approximate area of Block J here where my cursor, you can see my cursor, Block J. So finance staff analysed what the financial benefits to the municipality would be for that area of land and then looked at what the financial benefit would be for the new Block J. And that's what you can see in the table here. So under the original approval for that area that's covered under Block J, there's a financial benefit there. You can see in the table, 797,000. And then as proposed, you can see there's an increase in financial benefit of 928,000. There's a lot of caveats with this analysis because it's not, we don't know what the assessment values will be. It's kind of just an estimate. So this wouldn't necessarily be the exact amount. It's just to give you an idea that there will be a financial increase in financial benefits. The following also relates to potential fire rates as approved and as proposed from the developments of Block J. And you can see here that the fire departments will receive an increase in fire rates based on the proposal for Block J. So citizen engagement, approximately 250 letters were sent out to property owners and residents within 300 metres of the subject property. And many of those were actually residents of Kiln Creek. Responses were received from 13 properties and the responses have been scanned and provided to, it should be Council and Planning Advisory Committee. Comments received they've been listed there in the presentation, but they're also in the staff report. And citizen engagement, a letter with details of the date and time for the public hearing has been mailed to property owners and residents within 300 metres of the subject properties. A notice was placed in the Chronicle Herald. And from the flow diagram there, you can see we're at the public hearing stage. If council approves or if council refuses a right of appeal. The concept plan for Kiln Creek was developed several years ago, and to build out the development for the area will take several years. And during that time, it's expected that market conditions regarding housing will change. The applicant is attempting to address changes in the market by requesting amendments to the approved development agreements. And the amendments will enable more smaller units to be built whilst increasing the maximum unit numbers. Planning staff are recommending approval of the application. And again, just to note that any decisions is appealable to the Nova Scotia Regulatory and Appeals Board. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you. Does any member of council have any questions for staff? Councillor Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just a question through the staff and through the director. As we continue to develop, just want to be sure that the East Thames Water Utility can handle when we get to that stage. And since we're in pretty drought conditions right now and we're asked to conserve, so if you can make me feel better on that, I'd appreciate it.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Through you, Madam Warden. So for each stage of any development, we approve in chunks. We don't approve unless we have the approval from Nova Scotia Environment to provide the individual units. And so we've got controls in place to control the different phases and ensuring there's water. We have no concerns with how things are going. We haven't gone over any allocated amounts. We have most recently completed an expansion of the Enfield water treatment plant. We don't have approval to withdraw more water yet, but we're in the process of reviewing that with Nova Scotia Environment. They're going to be requesting one more study be completed, and that will actually up our ability to draw more water from the river. And I'll talk to the restrictions themselves. Currently, they're not tied directly to our ability to draw from the river. We're okay right now. The plant is in good condition. What is a challenge right now for the Shubenacadie River is just ongoing aquatic life and making sure that we're not impacting it. And that's where our utility is different, which is different than other utilities that are in a situation where their intake, the water level is dropping below their intake levels. That's not where we're at as a water utility. Now that said, it's been quite the summer, and we're talking on a weekly basis, and we're monitoring, and things are still good for our water utility. I would still encourage everyone to conserve. That said, is overall our utility is healthy, and I would say that to the public.
So what I'm hearing is that this approval, should this go forward tonight, would still be approved in chunks as it's built out, depending on. Okay.
Thank you, Madam
Anything
Warden, that's
further?
all.
Does any other counselor have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I would now ask if the applicant has any comments or would like to make a presentation. Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Warden, members of council. My name is Kevin Need. I'm the Vice President of Planning and Development for Clayton Developments Limited in the Shaw Group. Here with me tonight is the Director of Planning, Andrew Bone, and our Manager of Planning, Jared Deal. A couple of months ago, we had the ability to sit in front of your PAC and have a very good discussion about questions and concerns with this application. So tonight, I think I'll be a little, make it as brief as possible and just reflect a bit more on the why of this application. On the screen in front of you is the entirety of the master plan, a 247-acre master plan. Next slide, please. So the why in this is really getting at the price of new housing. And in 2020, when we had this master plan approved, you can see that the average residential price of housing in Nova Scotia was hovering in and around the 250 to 275 mark. Fast forward to 2025, and you can see that they're knocking on 450. So the root of this application is indeed to request another additional 100 units, but it also talks about the style of townhouses and the shape of those townhouses in terms of width. Next slide, please. The current townhouses that you see on the screen now, let me just go back one slide.
Go back.
Thank you. This is a recent snapshot from Viewpoint, and you can see that it's sold at $520,000. So this is a wider unit. So we're proposing a 16-foot wide unit. Next slide, please. And our intention is to have a reduced price to the consumer. And the question was asked, why 16-foot wide? Well, simply put, it's the size that goes through the plant. Our modular housing plant located in Sussex, owned by the Shaw Group in Clayton. And it's the maximum width that can be traveled down safely down the road under DOT requirements. Its modular housing enables us to reduce the price of these units through construction efficiencies, both with material and labor. The folks building these homes in our plant are Shaw Group employees. So we're not subjected to the on-site trades of fluctuation of regular supply and demand. It's an efficient use of space. We'll talk a bit about that on the next slide, but it's efficient use of space of right-sizing the spacing for homes for these homeowners. It's a quicker form of construction. We need to be able to get on-site, get it done quickly, and keep moving. And that production allows, again, economies of scale to further chip away at that price at the end of the day. The picture on the left-hand slide is actually foundation, a modular foundation, and that's built in our plant right across the street in our Shaw precast plant. So we ship the precast foundation to site, we build the modular, and you can see the next picture over that is a modular box, and they're stacked two on top of one another. And then the picture on the right-hand side shows the interior. They are, again, 16 feet wide, ranging between 32 and 36 feet deep. Next slide, please. So the average size of these townhouses is about 1,300 square feet with a garage. They're normally 2 bedrooms and 1.5 baths. Each unit will have 2 parking spaces. And so that's important if we don't have a garage to continue to maintain that 2 spaces per unit. Next slide, please. The multi-residential site shows a rendering. Staff has shown you the overall location in the master plan. What I'll say is that it's adjacent to a highway and adjacent to a Allen Shaw Boulevard, a collector road. And I want to reiterate that there is a public road, bona fide public road going through the site. And there's ample space for 2+ parking stalls per unit on that site. Next slide, please. Self-storage, we did talk a bit about that the last time, and the essence of this is folks, our customers and from the community are looking to sell their existing home, and they have a lot of items. And so what we're looking to do is work with our builder partners and say, okay, let's not overbuild the size of the unit, and therefore has an impact on rent. Let's bring the size of the unit down a little bit and correspondingly rent down a little bit, and give people the option somewhere else to store their items. And so self-storage gives that ability in the community for these folks to do that. Again, for us, I'll reiterate, it's not a deal breaker, but what we're doing is you can see through this application, we're trying to pull every lever we can to try and work that cost down a bit. And I shouldn't end the presentation without talking about, because I'm sure I'll get the question is, well, those townhouses, how much? What's the cost? If you're at 520 now for a regular, what's it going to be if you bring it down to 16 feet? Of course, the caveat is I can't put a rubber stamp on it today, but I can say it's going to start with a 4 instead of a 5. We think it'll be 450 or sub 450, which is still a lot of money in our books. So we're really working on efficiencies of the unit and design to try and work at that to give folks the ability of trying to get into housing. Next slide, please. So in review, I would genuinely like to thank Council and PAC, as well as municipal staff, through this process. Had a great discussion with PAC, had the ability to come back and answer questions. We didn't get it right the first time. And staff was really very helpful in guiding what Council's intention, what we're hearing in the community through the public information meeting, to bring it together, I think, in a package that does make some sense. So I would genuinely like to thank council and PAC for their time on this file. We believe it meets the East Hants overall community plan, and so we look forward to hearing your thoughts and ultimately hopefully a successful outcome. And we're certainly here for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now open the floor for comments and questions. If you are viewing the YouTube live stream, you may use the YouTube chat feature, which is being monitored. First, does anyone attending in person have any questions or comments? Seeing none, does any member of the public have any questions or comments through the live chat on YouTube? No. Okay. Does any member of staff have any final comments? No. I would now ask the chair of the Planning Advisory Committee to present his committee's recommendation.
Planning Advisory Committee recommends that council give final consideration and approve amendments to the existing Shaw Group Limited Development Agreement for a mixed-use master plan development lands. As Chair of PAC, I so move.
Excuse me, seconded by Councillor Musa. Are there any final questions or comments from municipal councillors? Councillor Garden-Cole.
Thank you, Madam Warden. The amendments have definitely changed from the first time they came to us, this first proposal. But there are still a few sticky points that, sticky for me anyway. And the 16-foot units, while, $450 may seem affordable, and in this day and age it probably is, I just don't think it's suitable for the area that is going in the fact that for our residents to be paying almost $500,000 for units that have very little driveway, very little yards, 16 feet attached housing, I just don't think it's the right fit. And, it's not like it's affordable housing, maybe a little more affordable, but I just would like to give them a little more than that. I realize that you can fit more in to an area, but for our residents, I just don't think it's the right fit. As far as the self-storage unit goes, I think the self-storage unit is great, and I definitely think that there's a spot where we could put that, but in the middle of a residential area, I don't think it's suitable. And I realize that people could make use of a self-storage unit, but I have someone who's come back to me several times and said, you turned down my application for a self-storage unit, and now you're going to consider it in the middle of a residential area. And that wasn't that long ago, and I tend to agree. I just don't think that's a good fit either. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors have any comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. And the motion has passed by a vote of 9-2, with Councillor Rhino and Councillor Garden-Cole voting nay. Excuse me, and I apologize, folks, if I cough and tend to lose my voice. My grandchildren, with school starting again, brought home and shared the first stuffy-nosed head cold of the season with me, and so I'm trying not to share that with others tonight. Councillors, the second public hearing item this evening is a proposal to amend the municipal planning strategy and subdivision bylaw to require stormwater management plans for tentative plans of subdivision in unserviced areas of East Hants. I would now ask the chair of the Planning Advisory Committee to present his report.
Planning Advisory Committee has considered the proposal on behalf of Municipal Council. The committee has reviewed staff's reports, completed their evaluation, and will make a recommendation to council during this hearing. Madam Warden, through you, I now ask staff to present their final report on the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So in late 2023, Council directed staff to prepare amendments to planning documents to require stormwater management plans for tentative plans of subdivision in all areas of East Hants. And a tentative plan of subdivision is required when a new road is being proposed in a development. Stormwater management plans are currently only required in growth management areas and growth reserve areas. 3 public information meetings were held in May of 2025 to discuss the proposed amendments, and first reading of the proposed amendments was given in July of this year. So what is stormwater management? So a stormwater management system is defined in the subdivision bylaw as any drainage system, whether above or below ground, constructed to collect, control, and transport stormwater from the area of land being subdivided to a point of discharge. Currently, there are a few different land use scenarios that may trigger the requirement for a developer to complete a stormwater management plan. That's the subdivision bylaw, site plan approval, and a development agreement. So within the subdivision bylaw, Part 12 requires stormwater management plans to be completed for tentative plans of subdivision in growth management areas and growth reserve areas where more than 3 lots or 2 lots and a remainder are being created. A tentative plan of subdivision is required when a new road is being constructed. And Part 12.2 of the subdivision bylaw requires all land that is subdivided and drains into the 9 Mile River to have a stormwater management plan, no matter if a tentative plan of subdivision is required or not, so that is a little bit different. And Part 12 of the subdivision bylaw outlines in detail when and what kind of stormwater management system is required for the area being looked at. Stormwater design standards are included in the municipal standards, and municipal engineers confirm if the stormwater management plan has been designed per the municipal standards. So site plan approval. So depending on the zone and the use of the land, stormwater management plans may be required under some site plan approval criteria, and this is identified in the land use bylaw. The stormwater management plan would have to be prepared and accepted by the municipality prior to a development officer providing site plan approval to a proposal. And not all site plan approvals require stormwater management plan. Development agreements. So in some instances, a stormwater management plan or a preliminary stormwater management plan may be required during negotiations for a development agreement. For instance, during the negotiations for a walkable comprehensive development district, lands, so we require a preliminary stormwater management plan at the negotiation stage of the development agreement, and then detailed design is done after a development agreement has been approved and we go into the subdivision phase. Other development agreements for individual development sites may require detailed stormwater management plans as part of the terms of the development agreement, and a development agreement may require stormwater management plans for areas outside of growth management area or a growth or survey area. Municipal standards. So all required stormwater management plans have to be prepared per the municipal standards. The municipal standards require that stormwater management systems are designed by a professional engineer, and major stormwater systems have to be designed to carry the runoff from a 100-year storm event. And the data for the 100-year storm event was updated in July. So, under the current regulations, any developer constructing a new road outside a growth management area or growth reserve area is not required to submit a stormwater management plan, except for land adjacent to the 9 Mile River. It may be difficult for residents in these areas who feel they are experiencing stormwater-related issues on their properties to address their concerns. Since there are no stormwater management plans required, the municipality also has little recourse if an issue arises. And not requiring a stormwater management plan also means that the developer may not take into consideration how the construction of a new road may impact adjacent lands. And that's how we, council, ended up directing staff to make amendments to the document, or proceed with making amendments to the document, is that there was an issue where roads were put in and the developer may not have given complete thought about how the development of the road could impact adjacent lands. So the proposed amendments are included within the staff report and are here on the screen. So we need policy amendments to section C9, environment and of the municipal planning strategy. And again, it's to allow for the policy to be applicable to all lands outside of growth management and growth reserve areas. And then we need amendments to Part 12, stormwater management of the subdivision bylaw. So planning staff have complied with the citizen engagement policies of the municipal planning strategy. As part of the amendment process, a public information meeting was required, and 3 public information meetings were held in May of 2025, 1 in each region of the municipality. And most of the comments that originated at the meeting were in relation to the lot grading and drainage bylaw, which was also being discussed at each of those meetings. First reading of the proposed amendments and authorization to schedule tonight's public hearing was given in July, and we've already gone over when the notice was placed in the Chronicle Herald and on the municipal websites. And thank you, Madam Warden. That's it.
Thank you. Does any member of council have questions for staff? Seeing none, I will now open the floor for comments and questions. If you are viewing the YouTube live stream, you may use the YouTube chat feature, which is being monitored. First, does anyone attending in person have any questions or comments? And I'm guessing someone's monitoring the other room just in case. Okay. Hey, seeing none, does any member of the public have any questions or comments through the live chat on YouTube? No, seeing none. Does any member of staff have any final comments?
No.
I would now ask the chair of the Planning Advisory Committee to present his committee's recommendation.
Planning Advisory Committee recommends that council give second reading and approve the proposal to amend the municipal planning strategy and subdivision bylaw to require stormwater management plans in unserviced areas of the municipality. As Chair of PAC, I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Tingley. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Councillor Rhino. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I will not be supporting the motion as is. I do believe that this should be left for the growth management and growth reserve areas of the municipality. Currently in the RU2 zone, in the areas I represent, we do not have any growth management areas and growth reserve areas. And my point is, until we do, until it becomes a problem, then we deal with it. We're trying to bring, create more opportunities for development out there. To me, this would just be an added hindrance toward that, so I will not be supporting it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further councillors have any comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed by a vote of 8-3 with Councillor Musa, Councillor Rhino, and Councillor Garden-Cole voting nay. So, councillors, the third public hearing item this evening is a proposal to amend the land use bylaw to change the minimum lot area requirements and the design requirements for accessory dwelling units. I would now ask the chair of the Planning Advisory Committee to present his report.
Planning Advisory Committee has considered the proposal on behalf of Municipal Council. The committee has reviewed staff reports, completed their evaluation, and will make a recommendation to council during this hearing. Madam Warden, through you, I would now ask staff to present their final report on the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So this public hearing, again, is for 3 separate motions that were made for the regulations for accessory dwelling units.
Can we
So-
get that mic turned forward, please?
Is that better? In January 2025, council passed a motion directing staff to prepare a report regarding the design requirements for accessory dwelling units, specifically consideration around stick-built units. And then 2 separate motions were passed directing staff to prepare reports on the minimum lot size requirement for accessory dwelling units, specifically for undersized lots and the ability to have a unit on an undersized lot. So In East Hants, we currently have 3 different types of accessory dwelling units that are permitted. A secondary suite, which is a unit with fully contained within a single unit dwelling or bed and breakfast. Garage suite, which is a suite above a detached garage, and a garden suite, which is a detached unit located in the backyard. And in order to obtain a building and development permit for an accessory dwelling unit, the requirements under section 3.14 of the land use bylaw must be met. And this section details the requirements, including the minimum lot size, the allowable gross floor area for a unit, height requirements, setbacks, and design requirements. So 2 motions, again, were made regarding the requirements for the minimum lot size to have an accessory dwelling unit. So this table currently shows what the requirements are now in the land use bylaw. So for a garage suite, it's 600 square meters or shall comply with the minimum lot area requirements, whichever is greater. And a garden suite is 920 square meters or the minimum lot area requirement, whichever is greater. So essentially, if you're an undersized lot, it would not be permitted to have an accessory dwelling unit. And so these are the proposed changes. So removing all the text in red and adding what's in green. So removing the clause for garage and garden suites that it must comply with the minimum lot area requirement, whichever is greater. So the minimum lot area requirement moving forward would be 600 square meters for a garage suite and 920 square meters for a garden suite. And also adding that secondary suites be permitted on existing undersized lots in the Lakeshore residential, as country residential, rural use north, and then unserviced R1 and R2 zone lots. And then also adding where there's no net increase of lot coverage for lots under 600 square meters, a garage suite could be permitted. The next motion related to the design requirements for accessory dwelling units. So this table shows what's currently in the land use bylaw now for design requirements, and that it must match the main dwelling in building material type, roof type, cladding color, and roof pitch. Shipping containers and mini homes designed as garden suites are exempt from the design requirements. And the proposed amendments are to remove the design requirements altogether. This does not remove the height or maximum size requirement. By removing this regulation, it does provide greater flexibility to residents in the appearance of their unit. All units are still required to conform with the requirements of the National Building Code. For citizen engagement, there was an advertisement in the Chronicle Herald indicating that these amendments were under review, and questionnaires were not mailed as these are not site-specific amendments. And a public information meeting was not required as there's no amendment to the municipal planning strategy. And as noted this evening, there was an advertisement in the Chronicle Herald as well as on the municipal website and social media. So lastly, to address the 3 motions, the proposed amendments have been presented, which will permit accessory dwelling units on unserviced undersized lots and remove the design requirements for these units. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Does any member of council have questions for staff? Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 5 of your report, staff, it says shipping containers and many homes designed as garden suites are exempt from the requirements to match the main dwelling. So a person can put a shipping sea can in there, not have to paint it, let it rust. We have no control.
Through you, Madam Warden, that's correct. They're exempt from the design requirements currently. Yep.
Thank you.
Any further, councillors have any further questions for staff? Seeing none, I will now open the floor for comments and questions. If you are viewing the YouTube live stream, you may use the YouTube chat feature, which is being monitored. First, does anyone attending in person have any questions or comments? Seeing none, does any member of the public have any questions or comments through the live chat on YouTube? I'm told there are none. Does any member of staff have any final comments?
No.
No. I would now ask the chair of the Planning Advisory Committee to present his committee's recommendation.
Planning Advisory Committee recommends that council give second reading and approve amendments to the land use bylaw, section 3.14, accessory dwelling units to amend the minimum lot sizes and design requirements, and where there is no net increase of lot coverage for lots under 600 square meters, a garden suite could be permitted. As Chair of PAC, I so move. A garage suite could be permitted, my mistake.
We have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hitt. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Councillor Garden Cole.
Final comments from councillors, is that where we are?
We have, the motion has been made, yes.
Yes, we're here.
Well, last week it was me saying the same thing as Councillor Dixon, and that is because when we look at this, I don't know, maybe it's just us, but to think that anybody can put a shipping container in the back of their yard, and I know we've thrown this around numerous times over the past, I don't know how long, but I don't know how we have gotten this far, and I understand the amendments that we are making to this, which are fine, but we are still in the same position of being able to put an unsightly shipping container in the back of your yard with no criteria around them. It just doesn't seem right to me, and it certainly wouldn't seem right to a neighbor on either side of me. I just feel like we're not getting this one right. And I know we're late in the game here, but we've gone all the way down this road, and I still don't feel that it's right. Have we, I know there was talk of shipping containers. Have we ever had any criteria around shipping containers to staff? I know we've had lots of criteria around the buildings.
Through you, Madam Warden, specifically for shipping containers designed as accessory dwelling units, no. I'm not sure exactly, maybe the director could correct me, but when this regulation was put in place, because I believe it was council at the time that requested shipping containers be added, and maybe.
Through you, Madam Warden, I can't remember what year it was, but when we created the requirements for accessory dwelling units, the original package of amendments, there was no ability to do a shipping container. That was something actually council directed be added. So we put it in there, and it was discussed at the time whether or not there should be design requirements. And, you know, I think the discussion at the time more or less went, well, if you do that, it's no longer a shipping container. You might as well do a stick-built, you know, by the time the expense that it would go to put a peaked roof and, you know, all that kind of stuff on a shipping container, there'd be no point. So that's where it came from. And so there have never been any design requirements associated with shipping containers.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or comments from councillors? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Well, I need someone else to vote, folks. And the motion is passed by a vote of 10-1, with Councillor Dixon voting nay. So that concludes tonight's public hearings, and I would thank everyone for attending. Oh, councillors, I'm going to offer a suggestion. We were not quite finished with correspondence for decision, but we do have a large number of public members waiting in room 168 for PRC. I'm going to suggest that we go into Parks, Rec, and Culture, and then following those reports, we can go back to correspondence for decision if at that time, if everyone's agreeable. These folks have been waiting a while. Okay. So councillors, we'll go into the Parks, Rec and Culture Committee report. We'll give folks time to filter in, and then I'll turn it over to you, Councillor Rhino.
Thank you, Madam Warden. The committee held its regular meeting on September the 16th, 2025, and the following motion is coming forward as a result of that meeting. Shubenacadie Cenotaph. The Chief Administrative Officer presented a report outlining the background and significance of the Shubenacadie Cenotaph to the members of the community and the municipality. The report outlined several options for the committee to discuss and consider. So from that, this is a recommendation to council that the Parks, Recreation and Culture Committee recommends that council relocate the Cenotaph to a prominent site to be determined within the parking lot, and with an estimated cost of $40,000 to be funded from general tax rate contingency reserve, and that public consultation take place before a final move is made. As chair of the committee, I so move. Madam Warden, I'd like to speak to that. Speak to the
Okay,
motion.
seconded by Councillor Merriam. Okay, I have Councillor Garden Cole on to speak, and then I'll, okay, go ahead. then.
No, she can go. I'll just get me in there, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So I won't be supporting this motion. I made a motion last week that was to move the Cenotaph back to its original spot, not the additional moving it back to a spot, to a different spot in the general area. And that is what I feel we should do. This has been tossed around, and it's been an issue for months, and everybody has a different take on it, and I know, and I respect all the councilors' opinions on it. I don't see anybody as being wrong or right, but for myself personally, I feel that we were negligent in not consulting the public on this, and the way to most directly make that right is by putting the Cenotaph back to its original location, and I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to you, Councillor Rhino, and then Deputy Warden McPhee has also asked to speak.
Thank you, Madam Warden. As chair of the Parks, Rec and Culture Committee, I put this motion forward tonight as a recommendation to council. At the executive committee, I was in the chair and I remained neutral throughout. Having thought about this for some time, I cannot support this motion. I really can't. And why is, yes, that Cenotaph was moved. We thought we were doing the right thing at that time because there was some confusion with regard around the Legion wanting it moved. There was confusion. I'm not going to go any further than that. We made a mistake. Or I feel we did. In my opinion, we made a mistake. We didn't go out there to consult the public because I think many of us felt the Legion had the public's best interest at heart. And with that confusion, this is where we ended up. I've sat around this chair for, going on 28 years next month. And I've always watched the public purse very strongly. Sometimes to the chagrin of my fellow councillors. But on this point, I guess I've always been brought up, when a wrong is done and you've made a mistake, admit it, apologize for it, and move on and try to correct that. Now that's something my mother always tried to tell me, and I hear words there all the time. So the cost, really, I'm not going to balk on the cost of putting it back. But think about this. If this motion goes forward, there'll be apparently 2 services in Shubenacadie. Isn't that confusing in itself? Does not that cause consternation in itself? We wouldn't be here had we saw that if in that letter, or recognize that if in that letter. We wouldn't be here. There wouldn't be no problem. It would be business as usual. But we didn't recognize that if, and here we are. So I believe that we should put it back in its original site where it was meant to be and put there many years ago. That's how I feel, and that's how I will not support the motion as is. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Deputy Warden McPhee. Oh, sorry. I opened the wrong mic. I opened the one with the name on it. Chairperson. You go.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I won't be supporting the motion either, but for slightly different reasons. I don't know how much leniency I can have discussing this, but I must say I've taken the brunt of the abuse, I guess, about this for council. I must say that I'm rather disappointed with the characterization of myself as being despicable, being a liar, being arrogant, being disgusting. I don't know the people that are even saying this, so I don't know how they could know that about me. And the one thing that I'd like to address, if I can, I know it's a little leniency with them asking for this, but it's the fact that I have been accused of disrespecting the monument. And that could be no farther from the truth than that. I honor the men whose names are on that monument. I always have. I will continue to. It seems that we're stuck on the site of the monument, not the monument itself. The monument represents the men who didn't come home. A person who has written into council asked me a question. It was a good question, said, do you know what the definition of a cenotaph is? And I said, well, I know what a cenotaph is, but I don't know the exact definition. And he said, it's empty tomb. It doesn't mean that the men are there or anybody that's listed on any monument that's a cenotaph. It's simply to indicate these are the people who were buried somewhere else that didn't get home to their community. And that's what it means. To me, the important part are the names on the monument. And we heard the group present in July, and it was a very good presentation. And we heard Willie Courtney speak of his relatives and the effect it had on them. And I must say, that was very moving because I do remember my mother and my aunts and my father and my uncles comment quite often on Mrs. Courtney and how she mourned for the rest of her life. I sure, like any mother would at the loss of a child, that she visited the cenotaph. I can understand that. She was always spoken of in this manner with great respect and reverence by anybody I ever heard them speak of. The fact that she kept his room as a monument in their own home to him, and I'm sure that many other mothers did the same thing. And to say that I disrespect the monument or their memory simply is so wrong. I've heard other people speak about their father serving in the war. Well, my father served in the war. He drove a tank. He served in Italy, and he served in Northern Europe, in the Netherlands, as did his brothers Victor, Vernon, and Carl. Carl went missing behind lines, reported missing, but was able to find his way back. Uncle Victor was mentioned in dispatches for saving his company by taking out single-handedly a machine gun nest. My father's tank was hit, and the commanding officer and radio operator were killed, but my father was able to escape and rescue the gunner, Ralph Stiles, before the ammunition blew up. I can't imagine that their thoughts of where they got on a train I'm just sure they were happy at that time as they recovered, that they recovered. They may have thought of their parents, their siblings, but I don't think a piece of gravel by the railroad station was ever in their thoughts at that time. I also remember some other men from the community who served and came back, thankfully. Vince Bentley, who my father spoke of often, I know he suffered terribly from PTSD, which would be called PTSD today, and my father actually witnessed his capture by the Germans, and it always bothered him that he wasn't able to do anything. I also think of Mark Anthony, who was a great friend of my father, and I know he served in the convoys protecting the northern route to Europe, and I can't imagine what that's like. You can watch the films of it, but I can't imagine what they went through. And when I'm at the monument, I think of W.S. Cruikshanks, who did come back from World War I, was severely wounded, was on a small pension from the federal government for the rest of his life. And I also think of my uncle, Harry Cronin, who was an American soldier, who was gassed in the trenches of World War I, whose health was severely affected by it, of course, not surprising, and probably cut short his life. And in 2011, when my niece was serving in Afghanistan, I thought of her. So while the monument is to just those who didn't make it home, I think it also reminds us of the people who served after them and still serve today. As I said, the cenotaph, or a person said to me, is an empty tomb. And the important things are the people that are, their names that are on the scroll. You can still honor them at the new site as well as you could at the old site. Okay. So also we have to think of the $40,000 that would be spent, and it may well be more than $40,000 before we're done. And I don't think it's fair to ask the general tax rate payers of the rest of the municipality to pay that. Yes, people from District 4 will be paying part of it, but also all the other districts. And when I was asked by the president, before any letter was sent, the president of the Legion, he gave me several good reasons. I'll only relate a couple of them. He wanted it back there so that students at the school would be able to engage with it. Teachers would be able to use it as a teaching tool. Because as he said, they never see it where it's at now, in the old location. I also mentioned the ease of maintenance. It'll be at the Legion. It'll be much easier to maintain the monument. He also mentioned the vandalism, the garbage that they cleaned up behind the monument, around the monument. And I think like anybody that has lived in Shubenacadie has seen it disrespected many times over the years. I've seen it painted. I've seen it. Its arm was broken off. The soldier, the lantern was stolen from the soldier. The rifle was stolen from the soldier. I've seen them put a dress on the soldier. So to say that it's greatly respected and has to be back there for respect, I just can't go along with that. I think it's in a much better location right now than it was before. Let's not get hung up on the fact that it's a few hundred meters down the road from where it was. It's still the cenotaph. It still represents what it always represented. And that's where I'll be going for any Remembrance Day ceremony. Wherever that cenotaph is the place to have the ceremony. Thank you, Warden.
Okay. Next up, Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I know this has been a hot topic for the last few months. I've taken the time to read all 39 emails, even the ones that came late this afternoon, from the seniors who are happy where it is because it's easier for them to get out and maybe to attend the service. My question on the motion deals with one word and one word only, and it's prominent. So My question through you to staff is, if this motion passes, could the prominent site be the original site?
Through you, Madam Warden, I think staff's understanding of, through the conversation at committee and the motion in front, the intent of the motion is prominent, and through the staff report, is that prominent was an alternative site within that area. And I know, speaking with the CAO, the intent would be to come back with two options in that area, two new options for council to consider along with an engagement plan.
So you're saying it's two new options and not the original?
Correct. I think the conversation and the intent of the motion, as we understand it from committee and today at council, is that the prominent was new sites within that location, within that area.
So you're going to the public for those two sites, is what I'm reading?
Through you, Madam Warden, we will come back to council with our plan is to, should this proceed, would be to go and do a site visit at the staff level, prepare with the engineers and the Parks and Rec, prepare two concepts for council to consider, and come back to council with those concepts along with the engagement plan for council to discuss.
The engagement plan being the plan to go out to the public.
Correct. What happens to the original site as it sits now?
Through you, Madam Warden, pending council's decisions, it would, if a new site is chosen, it would be removed.
Removed as in demolished, or removed as in to the prominent site as the base?
Through you, Madam Warden, I think if you're doing a prominent site, that would be part of the encompassing. I don't think necessarily you could remove the concrete, though I don't think it's portable, so to speak. I think you would be investing in a new structure for that would have a nice presence for the community. That is our understanding of the intent of the motion as it stands today.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Merriam.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I want to start by thanking the community again for participation in presentations and in the tremendous feedback that has been provided to council. And I'll speak for myself. I've read through all of the emails and correspondence, and we don't take this decision lightly, that's for sure. So having made the motion at our last meeting, I just want to address prominent site. It was actually my intention in making the motion to, when we look at the words prominent site, it isn't saying not the original site. My intention was by soliciting, in making the motion, was to solicit feedback through the consultation process to look at sites, a prominent site, to be determined within the parking lot location, which does not exclude. So it doesn't say it includes, it doesn't say it excludes, it says a prominent site to be determined within the parking lot location. So in speaking in favor of the motion, that was my intention. I think because we're not specific either way, I think it's fair to conclude that it could include the original location. It certainly doesn't exclude it. And I think getting feedback from through the consultative public process would be quite telling. And I wanted to mention too, in terms of the feedback received, an important point about having some flexibility and not going with another option that was considered was that some of the feedback that we received was quite clear that they wanted, these individuals wanted the Cenotaph to go back to the original location, but with some modification. So a slight move. I mean, when we say it goes back to the original location, it goes back to the original location and that's it. So what if through the public consultation process, it is concluded that it is desired to move it a foot in some direction, or, you know, some modification? If there's no flexibility, then it by its very nature, it can't be moved at all. So my thought was to get the public consultation and kind of, present some options and then see where that leads. That's all I've got to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff have asked for clarity.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Madam Warren. Just to clarify how staff are interpreting the intent, and this is obviously council's discussion tonight. The original motion at committee level was to put it back in the original site was lost. And then the recommendation that council or committee chose at the time was option 5 with the caveat of the public engagement, and option 5 excluded the original site. So that's how we got to our understanding, but we will look for council's direction tonight to clarify, and we'll take council's direction. But I just wanted to allow council and the public to know that's how we were understanding the intent of the motion, and we'll take our direction from you. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, Councillor Tingley.
May I respond to that or no?
You okay with that, Councillor Tingley? You okay if I allow council? Okay, go ahead.
Madam Warden, through you to staff, I'm just wondering if we were trying to be more clear with that wording, can we be more clear to keep it general? I mean, is that, it's not ruling out the original site specifically in the motion?
You could certainly propose an amendment if that was your intention, to add the words, relocate the Cenotaph to a prominent site to be determined, not excluding the original site.
Yes.
Those words to the motion if you wish to make an amendment like that.
And could I do that now?
You certainly could move that amendment.
Okay, well, I would like to make an amendment to the motion, propose an amendment to the motion, that council relocate the Cenotaph to a prominent site, not excluding the original location, to be determined within the parking lot location with an estimated cost of $40,000 to be funded from the general tax rate contingency reserve, and that public consultation take place before a final move is made.
Second that.
Okay, this is to the amendment, which is to add the words into the motion that the original site not be excluded. Okay, I have several councillors on to speak. I'm going to ask, we have Councillor Tingley, Musa, Garden, Cole, and Rhino in that order. That's to the original motion. I'm going to ask right now, anyone to the amendment. Councillor Rhino to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Warden. To the amendment, I'm going to support the amendment just in the case that this motion passes, because I do believe if this motion passes, that original site has to be one in consideration to take. But having said that, if this amendment passes, I'm still not going to support the motion, because I truly believe that should be put to bed tonight by putting that Cenotaph back before November the 11th, and the case closed, we're done, and that's it. So that's what I'll be doing. I'll support the amendment, but I probably won't support the motion.
Okay. Amendment, Councillor Garden, Cole.
Thank you, Madam Warden. It's to the amendment, and it's also clarifying. Last week, when I made the motion to put the Cenotaph back where it was, period, there was an amendment made by Councillor Merriam it wasn't the intention to put it back in the location that I said. I mean, if you're wondering, CAO, it was to amend it so that it could be put back in the general area. So now tonight, it's being amended again to change the meaning of it? Again?
The motion that was passed at committee, the amendment is to change the wording in that motion, because staff's understanding of the wording of the motion, they didn't feel it included the original location. The amendment is meant to clarify that the original location is not ruled out. That it
Okay,
would
so
be
then that is a
considered when they
change.
go to, yes, when it goes to public consultation.
So that's a change.
Yeah.
So just let me ask you this. I'm just trying to get my head around this. So this will go out to public consultation in some form,
Yes.
and,
The
and,
intent of staff is to bring the plan for public consultation to council before they go to the public, to have it approved by council. Whether it would be certain mailouts, we don't know what that looks like. Mailouts, meetings, a combination of both, we don't know. Council would have to determine that. But there
okay,
would be-
because I just don't want this to go out to the public, and then what? We take their feedback, and then we make a decision that they're not happy with again? I mean, this has been months, like, we can other than a plebiscite, I mean, we can take information from the public, but ultimately we're making the decision, and we could very well be making a decision that they are not, that a lot of people aren't happy with, but we've taken it under consideration, and then we go ahead and make another decision that they may or may not be happy with. Because this is going to be subject to interpretation of, like,
The amendment on the floor is to include the possibility of the original site in with the locations to be explored.
so that's the amendment, and I just need point of clarification. So that's the amendment, and the original motion is what's in front of us.
If the amendment passes, it will be added to that motion.
So we're going to vote on the amendment and then vote on the motion,
Thank you.
which includes,
Okay, I have Counselor Tingley and Counselor Musa. Are you wishing to speak to the amendment or to the motion once we deal with the amendment? Okay. Counselor Tingley.
I just wanted to, through the chair, I just want to say, like Councillor Rhino, I'm going to vote for the amendment just in case this passes, but I've got some other comments I want to say about this motion.
Thank you. And you're not to the amendment, Counselor Musa? Okay, no one left to speak to the amendment, and everyone is clear on what the amendment is? Okay, we'll go to the vote on the amendment. And the amendment has passed by a vote of 8-3, with Deputy Warden McPhee, myself, and Councillor Perry voting nay. Now, to the amended motion, which is on the screen in front of you, and I would ask any councillors who were on to speak to the motion prior, who already spoke to the amendment. You'll have to put yourself back on the list again. Okay, Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm a rookie compared to Councillor Rhino. I've been 9 years on council, and every meeting have been a learning experience. You learn from your mistakes, and to tell you, in the 9 years, I think that's the biggest mistake that I've ever made when I voted for that motion, to move the Cenotaph. And if we're gonna spend $40,000 of the taxpayers' money to fix that mistake, that means we admit we made a mistake, and if we didn't make the mistake, the Cenotaph will be wherever it's supposed to be now, in its original location, and that's the only motion I would support. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've heard my fellow councillors talk about hearing and listening to the public. I read every single one of those emails. And there was a bunch of emails and a bunch of correspondence that came in that were for leaving it where it's at. But I haven't heard anybody mention any of that here tonight. The fact that there was emails coming in on both sides. And some of the people in the emails were very handwritten, very heartbreaking in some ways on both sides of why it should be moved and why it should stay. And I think that we are moving way too fast, that there is two sides to this in the community. And I believe the consultation needs to take place before we even talk about where it goes or where it stays or what happens. Because there was a lot of emails come in for both sides. And if we're looking at the community, everybody deserves to have their voice heard on both sides equally. And for that, and the fact that, again, where I'm at, everything in my community is we pay for everything up in the corridor, right? And I cannot sell that when my Legion and my community have done fundraising for years to upgrade a cenotaph, and to just have the cost of this done and have the cenotaph be upgraded and everything at the taxpayer's expense. I can't support that. But the biggest reason why I can't support it is the fact that there are two sides, and the two sides have been clear. There's been emails come in from both sides and correspondence, and there's been some very, I will say, sobering things in some of these messages that have come from both sides. And the world we live in today is cruel. It seems like if you have a difference of opinion, people go after you. And I don't think that's right. I think we need to have open discourse, and you can agree to disagree, but you have to have the conversation. And I believe that there was enough correspondence come in that that conversation needs to take place. Because if we don't, then we are dismissing the public that wrote in and said they like to leave it where it's at. And I think that conversation needs to be had within the community and with the community to come to a consensus of what the community wants, not just one side or the other, but the community needs to have that conversation. And so for that, I can't support anything that deals with moving it or anything that deals with just leaving it where it is permanently until that conversation happens and everybody in the community gets their say. Because we have heard from both sides of the community, and both people are making very good arguments and very good reasonings behind it. And definitely, I think the residents of East Hants that live in the Shubenacadie area should be given priority, and all should be heard on this topic of how it deals with them. Thank you.
Councillor Tingley.
Through the chair, I agree that everybody should be heard, but this should have been dealt with in June. My whole problem was, I don't think anybody on council did anything egregious or the way we went about making this decision. But in hindsight, I think we failed to consult, and we should have consulted. We thought we were doing the right thing at the time, and we didn't do it. And there was a number of people upset. We heard the presentations. I've read all the emails. I'm sure all the other councilors read the emails. I've only had 2 emails directly to me from 2 constituents in my district, but I think the problem is we failed to consult, and then the communication afterwards, like this has been going on since May, June. I agree with, I don't always agree with Councillor Rhino, but I agree with him this time. You know, there's just too much nasty talk going back and forth. There's not, you know, the people that are asking for this are not nasty. There's arguments on both sides. It's not going to be a matter of who's right and who's wrong. If we go out to, I'm even concerned with going out and consulting now. Like, how much more are we going to drag this through the mud? For that reason, I just can't support the motion. Like, if we had consulted, I might have even been in favor of moving it to the Legion, depending on what come back. It's just that I'm looking through the anger and the frustration and the comments that's coming back, and some of these people feel hurt, and I can understand it. So for that reason, I'm not going to support the motion.
Councillor Gordon Cole.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So honestly, the majority of the emails up until recently, when I received several that were for the move, the majority have definitely been against the move. But I'm not just going by those emails. I know a lot of people from a lot of different walks of life, coworkers, relatives, and acquaintances who live in that area. And it's been an overwhelming feeling of, all kinds of emotions that people have come to me about this. Yeah, my opinion just isn't based on the emails that we received. I've been getting feedback from this because of the work that I do and different things I'm involved in. So I base it on a lot more than the emails that I've received. And to be talking about going out to the public now, boy, I really wish we had gone out to the public then. I just feel like in order to make this right, we need to put that cenotaph back. We've already got a plan for a parking lot with that cenotaph right where it's always been, and a parking lot around it all ready to go. And I think that's what we should be. Yep.
Just have a concept.
Before we ever had a plan for a parking lot without the cenotaph, there was one
What
with
we
it.
have is the concept plan, not.
And that's what I'm referring to. Yep. So that's the only thing I'm supporting. Thank you.
Councillor Rhino.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I think we'll go down in the annals of history tonight that Councillor Tingley and I agree. So, my esteemed colleagues have their own opinion, and I appreciate their own opinion. But they're talking about sides. To me, there would be no sides had we recognized that two-letter word if. There'd be no sides. That cenotaph probably would have been moved. And I must remind, I remember sitting here at a meeting, when the concept plan was discussed, there was a councillor that said, we got to make sure that those cenotaph wasn't moved. And we were assured it wasn't going to be. And then with this confusion around this Legion if, here we are. But there would be no sides if we had seen that word if. Thank you.
Councillor Musa.
No, I'm not just agreeing with you, I'm having the same thought too at the same time. So it's kind of, I just want to say that I read all the emails. I understand the one they're for, and I understand the one they're against. There was a lot, a hard email to read, a lot. But at the end, I think we made a mistake, and we need to fix it. And for the one who are with it, if they came to us and they want that cenotaph moved over there, then you can see who's for and who's against. But we did the move, and we didn't consult with anybody, and we got a group of people that against it. And if they were here in the consultation, and we had, as any other process that we do, we had public meeting or public hearing or something. I think with that opposition, with that much opposition, it doesn't matter how much they were for it. We're gonna look at it differently, and many of us will make had a different opinion and vote differently. So I wouldn't be supporting this motion, and we'll see what's after it. Thank you.
And Deputy Warden McPhee. You don't see his request to speak coming on because the new system doesn't allow he or I, if we're not in the chair, we don't get a green button. So he has to lean over and say, put me on the list, and vice versa if he's in the chair. So that's why. Go ahead.
Thank you, Warden. Yes, I'd just like to say that I agree, appreciate Councillor Perry's remarks. And yes, there have been just recently people sending in, and I think there's at least one email that didn't make it in time to get posted. Matter of fact, I know there is. So the people that support leaving the cenotaph at its new location have expressed to me that they didn't want to weigh in because they felt intimidated. there's a lot of abuse out there. Yes, you can laugh if you wish, you find it funny. I don't find it funny with some of the abuse that's been going on. And I have been surprised at the people that have said they've been abused, or they fear being abused. Also, there was no organized group on Facebook saying, hey, let's keep it there. Because people don't organize positively so much, they organize negatively, especially in social media. And at a funeral, yes, you can laugh all you want. At a funeral visitation I attended last Friday for Reinder Vanderkooy, 5 members of the community took me aside separately and said, what's going on with this group? Surely council won't move this cenotaph back. It's in the right spot now. And they agree that for Shubenacadie to develop, we need to develop that area. We need parking. They're happy with it for many reasons. Like people said, it's near the seniors' home now. It'll be easier for them to attend the ceremonies or to visit the cenotaph. That is good for the school children. And that we're going to be able to plug in the sound system. And these are reasons that, regardless of what people think, the letter was not the originator of this. They'll be able to plug in the sound system without having to have a generator. We won't have the train going by. And a couple of firemen, volunteer firemen, have said to me, we'd like to stay there so we don't have to do another call out to block the road off. And I know that's been put down on, made fun of, it was made fun of by several people in the group. And that's fine. And that's fine. Yes, you're not speaking now, I am. And that's fine for you to say, but you're not the volunteers that have to do it. These volunteer firemen go out and attend a meeting every Wednesday night. They do training on the weekends, they take call-outs, and they were happy that, and I'm not going to mention their name because I can't speak for them, but they did come forward to me and say how they appreciate it, that they won't have to do that one more call-out. And when you're not the volunteer doing it, and you don't live in the municipality, and you don't contribute, it's easy to say that.
You need to direct your comments through.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry, Warden. I'm becoming a little heated on this. But anyway, there are a lot of people in the community who wanted to stay there. And they didn't feel that there was probably any need for them, and they've realized just in the last week that there is. And that's why we've seen some comments coming in. So just to move it back because we think we made a mistake, whatever, it should have been consulted. I agree, have no problem with that, but we can't consult in May because we're now in September. So that's just not possible. So I think that the monument's in a good spot. Like I said before, let's not get fixated on the 1,500 square foot of land that it's sat on. Let's fixate on not even the stones that make up the monument, but the names that are on the plaques. Those are the people that it honors. That's the important thing. If we consult, you will find out. If we don't pass this motion, you will find out there are a lot of people who want the monument to stay in its new location. Thank you, Rob.
All right, folks, I have no one left to speak. We have an amended motion on the floor. Last chance. We'll go to the motion is as on the screen with the words added, relocate the cenotaph to a prominent site, not excluding the original site, to be determined within the parking lot location, and the rest of the motion is, that is the amended motion. Is everyone clear? The amendment simply clarified that the original site was not excluded. That it would be a prominent site to be determined within the parking lot location, not excluding the original site. It would be considered as well. Is everyone clear? Councillor Rhino.
Thank you. Through you to the acting CAO, you talked about if this motion passed, that staff would come up with two options and then take those to the consultation, or have the consultation first, then come up with two options from that consultation? I want to clarify that.
Go ahead, Adam.
Through you, Madam Warden. So in speaking with the CAO on this, and speaking to council's now amended motion around including the original location as an option, staff will be coming back to, if this motion passes, staff will come back to council with essentially three options, two concepts for that, in that area, plus the existing location as the third option from your amended motion, as well as the engagement plan. So we will not be going out to the public with anything before council sees it. It will come back to council.
So if I may clarify through you, through the warden, to you, then for sure, one of those options that will be going back out to the public for consultation will have that cenotaph put back in its original location. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
That would depend on the motions once the consultation comes back and whatever motion is made at that time. I'm just cautious. We don't know what council will vote on at that time, but those would be the options presented.
So then council could vote again not to take that option back to the public. That doesn't seem right. From what you're saying, now, the CAO, I didn't get, or the acting CAO, I didn't get that. But from your explanation, then council could vote not to have that option taken back to the...
No, the options would go to the public. I'm just trying to clarify that there is no guarantee that council would accept any of the options. I can't pre-guess what council would do.
But my question is, will one of the options be to put that cenotaph back in its original location when it's gone out for consultation to the public?
Yes. Should your amended motion pass tonight, that's our understanding,
Okay.
yes.
I still will not support the motion because I believe it should go back tomorrow, but anyway, that's it. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, folks, we're going to go to the vote. Okay. And the motion has failed by a vote of 8-3. And I will give you Councillor Dixon, Councillor Merriam, and Councillor Mitchell voting in favor, and everyone else voting nay. Now, Deputy Warden McPhee has asked to be put on the list to speak. Go ahead. Deputy Warden McPhee asked to speak as soon as we were doing the voting on the other one, because he doesn't have a light, so no one else's light was on, that's why. I try to be fair and keep everybody in order. Whoops. Go ahead. Okay, you're on.
Thank you, Warden. And since the motion's been defeated, I would like to make a motion. I move that the War Monument remain at its current location at the Shubenacadie Legion, and that council consider installing interpretive panels at the old site. Cost to be part of future budget discussions.
Do we have a seconder to that motion? Seconded by Councillor Head. Okay, I have Councillor Garden-Cole and Councillor Rhino on before the motion. To the motion, Councillor Garden-Cole? Councillor Rhino to the motion?
You can't, there's a motion on the floor. All right. I was going to make another motion, but I will not support this motion because the only motion that I will accept is if the cenotaph is put back and this is put to bed. Thank you.
Okay. To the motion?
It's not to the motion, but I will still be in my turn, right?
I'll allow a bit of leniency, yes. Oh, okay, after the motion, sorry, I'll take you off, put yourself back on, I misunderstood. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? And the motion, for clarity, is for the Cenotaph to remain at the Legion, for some commemorative panels be put in the original location with the costing and source of funding for those to be determined at budget time. Correct?
Yes.
Everyone's clear on that? Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I wouldn't be supporting that motion because I think everybody admit that we made a mistake. And if we leave it there, that means we're not honoring our mistake or we're not trying to fix it. So that's the only reason I wouldn't support it. Thank you.
Okay, no one left to speak? Everyone's clear on the motion? We'll go to the vote. And the motion has failed by a vote of 7-4. With Deputy Warden McPhee, Councillor Hebb, myself, and Councillor Perry voting for, and everyone else voting against. Okay. Whoops. I get back on my screen. Councillor Garden Cole.
I'd like to make a motion that we move the cenotaph back to its original spot.
Second.
Councillor Perry.
Well, Warden, I was gonna make a motion that we go to the community and get the community's wishes in a dialogue before we decide to make it go anywhere. And so we have a clear picture and do the consultation that we should have did the first time rather than just voting on us saying where it's gonna go. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Rhino.
I would like it all possible, if this motion does pass, to have this back in place by November the 11th, if at all possible. Thank you.
Councillor Tingley.
I just want to clarify, where, did you say where did Councillor Cole say where the funding was going to come from to move it back?
No, she did not.
I'd recommend well, okay. I'd say the general tax rate contingency, but reserve?
To be determined.
To be determined, okay. Okay.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak? Adam, you wished to
I'll wait till
speak?
after.
Okay. No one else wishing to speak, we'll go to the vote. The motion is passed by a vote of 6-5. With Deputy Warden McPhee, Councillor Hebb, myself, Councillor Perry, and Councillor Mitchell voting nay. So the motion has passed, and the funding will be determined. Adam, let me get back to the correct screen. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just through you, there was a comment made earlier about the councillor having it back by November 11th. We will do everything we can at the staff level to do that. The staff aren't here that would be charged with that task, but we will do what we can to get it back, listening to council's direction tonight. There may need to be some minor repairs done to the base. I'm not sure. That's more of a technical level, but I hear the desire of council to have it back by the 11th.
Okay. Counselor Rhino?
Yes, I appreciate what staff has just said. The minor repairs, I think we can work around the minor repairs if at all possible, can be left until maybe after November the 11th, but the big thing would be to get that back there by November the 11th. Thank you.
Okay. All right, that concludes PRC, correct, Counselor Rhino?
Yes,
So we are going to go back to correspondence for decision.
Take a recess for a second, or do you want to just?
Let's just go back to. So we were partway through item number 47, the request from Luke Guthrow on behalf of the Enfield Volunteer Fire Department, asking to make a presentation to committee or council to have council consider taking over the property.
I shouldn't speak to that again. There's some new information that I didn't share.
All right.
Madam Chair, I'm sitting up.
Yes, Counselor Dixon has declared a conflict because he is a member of the fire department.
So through you, Madam Ward, can council hear me? So through you, just on this topic that was paused before you went into your public hearings around the Enfield Fire Department coming to present, I just wanted to mention to council, and I didn't earlier on, but this may impact your decision on having them come and present. There is the broader fire service review happening at the FSANS level that the report we've been told is being released, well, I don't know when it'll be released publicly, but I should say being completed by the end of this month. And then it will go to provincial government for recommendations, potential legislation changes, and so forth. I can only speculate what may be in there in recommendations, but it may impact municipalities across Nova Scotia in the way the fire services are operated. It may not. I just don't know. So, I mean, I guess one option is you could wait to hear from the group until you know more on a broader level. Now that could be a month or it could be multiple months. So I don't want to necessarily delay Enfield's request, but I think that's an important piece of information that council should be aware of when making your decision.
Okay, Counselor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I just think that this could start a precedent by taking over the property. I'm not sure what that would entail. They're looking to get a new fire hall, so is Lance, so if we take this over, does that mean we have control of the equipment that goes along with the property? Or is just the land?
The question we're discussing is whether we're going to allow them to come in and ask us if we would do that.
I'm not in favor of the ask.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Rhino.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Warden. I'm not, like I say, I would be intrigued to find out more about this, and the only way we're gonna find out more about this is have that group come in. We're not making, by having them come in and listen to them, they are not making any decision one way or the other. You're just listening to them, and I think, what acting COO said, we may have different things, and it could be different than what's in the provincial report that's coming out. So I have no problem listening to them. I'm quite intrigued as to how they're going to think they're going to do this. But anyway, I'll support them to come in.
Counselor Perry.
Madam Warden, just as a point of procedure, going back to the motion that just passed, funding was to be determined. So I don't think any work can go forward until we determine the source of funding. That would be falling into our procedural policy. You have to determine the funding before you spend money. So that is something that is going to need to be done.
So we'll revisit that once we finish correspondence for decision. Agreed? Okay. Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garden Cole.
Well, so I guess we have several options here. What Adam commented on about, the review coming and that, maybe something to consider when allowing them to come and do a presentation, or maybe counselors are not going that way. But I would be open to hearing what they had to say, not, without any agenda, just hearing what it is that they're proposing. But, I'm certainly, I don't know as much about the fire department as some of the people here who have been on it, and this is totally unfamiliar to me, and maybe to you as well, but, yeah, I'm not sure, I'm on the fence. Thanks.
Counselor Hebb.
Thank you, Warden. No, I think they should give the option to come and do a presentation. We can find out what they want and how they're gonna do it and all that stuff, and we don't have to make any decisions. We can wait for that, and if this report coming from the government, it may be a few months before we make that decision. So I think we should allow them to do the presentation anyway. Thank you.
Counselor Tingley.
Through the chair, I think the presentation would be premature. I'm just looking at what the province is looking at here. They're saying the key areas of examination will include governance, operations, communications, et cetera. It lists a number of things, including equipment, facilities, and funding. So there's going to be a report coming out on this, and I don't think we can do anything until that report comes out. So I would be my preference to write them back and say the province is doing this study into this much detail, and it would probably be wise to just wait till that report comes out, and because we're probably not going to want to make any decisions until we see that anyway. So do we need a motion for this?
At some point.
Okay, well, if somebody's willing to make a motion, or I'd make a motion, let's just wait for the province to finish their report. If it's going to be done within a month or so, and then so many months after that, that'll be coming out. We talk about jumping the gun sometimes. This, to me, would be jumping the gun.
So your motion is to not entertain the request for them to speak until after we receive the.
That would be,
fire
that's my motion, to write them back and say, we'd like to hear from them, but the province is conducting this study that's going to include all these items, including facilities and funding and that sort of thing. We want to hear from that before we would hear back from a fire department.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Okay, I have Councillor Perry, Merriam, Musa, and Hebb on. It would be related to the motion as the topic of conversation, I guess, so I'll allow you a bit of leeway. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I won't be supporting the motion because I believe the volunteer fire department should have the opportunity to come speak to us. But I believe we need to communicate clearly to them that they will not be getting a decision on the day of that presentation because this is coming. And where they've already indicated a date and time that works for them, these are volunteers that are shifting around their jobs, and a month or two from now, it could be harder for them to come in to do a presentation. So if they've already identified a date and a time that they are able to come to the presentation, I would like to make it as accessible to them as possible because of what they do for our communities. Thank you.
Councillor Merriam.
Thanks, Madam Warden. This is a quick one. A best guess again when the provincial fire review would be done?
For clarity, the review is being done by FSANS, the Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia, and they will be passing that review on to the province, is my understanding. The deadline for the report is September 30th, from my understanding. When it makes its way to government and how government decides to act or not act on it, I can't provide a timeline definitively.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you to Adam. Adam, so they're requesting to come here just to talk about us taking over that land or over the fire hall?
I believe that's the intent. They want to make a presentation. If I understand correctly, they'd like us to take ownership of the land and of the possible new fire hall so that they would be eligible for some type of provincial grants.
Okay, but are we in the business of taking over fire hall? You know how many fire hall they're in bad shapes, and if we take them over, we're gonna be ending up with 20 like the Enfield whatever, I forget the name.
E.H. Horne.
The E.H. Horne School, like, we don't need that, like, I think we should tell them for straightforward, like, like, I know our PAC now is packed, and sometimes we're staying, like, late, and it's not that we don't have time for them, but if it's for that purpose only, I don't think we're in the business of taking over fire hall right now. So I wouldn't be supporting the motion, thank you.
Councillor Hebb.
Thank you. Follow up on Councillor Perry's comments, and I totally agree with that, but, we're not going to make any decisions after that, that's for sure. I'm certainly not going to be able to do it, but I think it's prudent for us to even just to listen to what is going on, and when that report comes back, we may end up taking over all the fire departments. We don't know, but I think it's prudent for us just to have a listen to it. And we're not going to make any decisions that night, and as Councillor Perry says, to let them know that there will be no decisions that night, at that time, so thank you.
Councillor Rhino.
Just following up from Councillor Hibb, I think you're getting way too ahead of ourselves. We're making decisions we don't, on this and this. All they've asked to make a report, and this is what it's gonna talk about. If they're gonna make a request, we don't have to entertain it, we can shelve it until after there. But I think it's very important we hear their request, because we don't know exactly what it all entails and all the details. Let's hear it, and then we will make a decision how we're gonna handle it, or wait for the thing from there. But I think we're just getting ahead of ourselves. All the requesting is to make a presentation, and I have no problem with that.
Okay, no one left to speak? Is there a motion on the floor? Refresh my mind. And the motion is to not allow them to come in to speak. Yes, Councillor Tingley's motion to not entertain the request to come in and speak. Anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Seeing no one, we will go to the vote. And it's a tie, 5-5, so the motion is lost. So that's kind of a negative motion. It doesn't say we will have them come in. Let me see who was on first. Councillor Rhino.
I will make a move to let the Enfield Volunteer Fire Department make a presentation, probably at the executive committee level.
Do we have a seconder? Moved and seconded. Anyone wish to speak to the motion?
Yes.
I gotta find you here. Deputy Warden McPhee.
Thank you, Warden. I'd just like to say, I can't see us ever taking over all the fire departments, so why would we bother hearing it? Unless we're ready to take over the Shuby Department, the Lance Department with their new building, wherever it is, the Elmsdale Fire Department. Would the Elmsdale Fire Department want us to take them over? I doubt it. But anyway, I can't see unless we're willing to take over all the fire departments in East Hants, why entertain this at all? I just don't see any reason that we would bother taking the time to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? So the motion this time is to have the group come in, okay? We'll go to the vote. Once again, it is a tie vote, and the motion has been lost. So Councillor Garden Cole.
Make a motion that we defer this request till after the review is done and let them know of that.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Tingley. Any discussion on the motion? So the motion is, I don't believe it's the same. The motion is that we're not going to hear from the group at this time. We're going to defer a decision on whether
Defer
to
it.
hear from them
That's the
until
difference,
after
defer.
we have, that's my understanding.
Defer.
Defer a decision on whether to allow them to come in until after we've had the provincial fire service report.
If I can just explain, since both other motions have failed, that way we are not refusing them. These are our volunteer fire departments, so we want to handle them carefully, but realizing that, no, we can't take over all the fire departments, but that way we are just handling it a little bit better.
Once we know what is in the fire service report,
Right.
we
Would
could
just
make
be a
a
little,
decision whether to hear from them at that.
not such a negative response.
Does everyone understand the motion? Did we have a seconder?
Seconded. Walter seconded.
Oh, Walter
no,
seconded
yeah.
it, sorry. It's been a long night and I'm not feeling great, folks. All right, no one is left to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed by a vote of 8-2, with Councilors Perry and Mitchell voting nay. So understanding, councilors, that this motion just makes no decision at this time, we'll revisit it once we have the fire service review. Councilor Hibb?
I assume that the fire department will be notified of this decision?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll go back up to item 58, a letter from Alan Shepherd and Mary Ann Arsenault regarding high property taxes, seeking a cap on the maximum tax amount any resident shall pay, as well as a lesser percentage for those properties with their own well and septic. Who's taking this one?
I can start it. I don't know, Councillor Hebb, would you like to speak to it, or would you like staff to speak to it first?
You can speak to it first and I'll look back up.
Thank you, Madam Warren. I'm just gonna pull it up here on my screen as well. In front of you is a letter that came in from some of your constituents, and I believe they also met with CAO Ramsey, the local councillor, Councillor Hebb, and our Director of Finance to kind of review some of their concerns. Won't get into the minutia of the letter because I think that may come out if council makes a motion on this around having a staff report. The taxation models can be clarified from what's in the letter here in front of you. But basically, you have some concerned citizens about taxation in East Hanson, and really think it speaks broadly to Nova Scotia. So I'll leave it at that because I see Councillor Hebb's light is on, and he may want to speak to it further because he was in the conversation there. So.
Councillor Hebb.
Thank you, Warden. It was a very interesting meeting, and it goes to show how devastating it could be when the CAP program comes off. And these individuals bought a home, and the assessment they looked at was around, $4,000. And then when they got their assessment, it had gone to $7,000, $3,000 increase because the cap come off. They weren't aware of this, and they think it's sadly unfair. And the extra $3,000, if you do the math, that's $500 a month. If you want, that's extra and above what they're already assumed they was going to pay. And it was quite a invitation, the conversation with the ideas they had. So I'm going to make a motion here to move the council request a report on the different taxation options available to East Hants through the MGA, alternatives to assessment-based taxation, and how they might be applied to East Hants. And a lot of these things staff can look into and see if there's some other options we can do or what we can do, or maybe we can't do anything, so.
Moved and seconded. Counselor Musa.
Well, I understand their frustration, and to me, I don't think we can. If the cap is the problem, it's a province. We cannot do anything about it, and I don't know. I know a lot of people in my area feel the same, and I hear from them all the time. But we need some good correspondence and explaining to them that the people who live here also pay area rate, pays for the sewer, pay for water, pay for sportsplex. I don't know, probably your area pay for sportsplex, but in our area we don't. So, and I saw in a letter that our taxes are higher than Halifax, which is no way in any mean right, because I know people live next to us in Upper Sackville and their taxes are 1.5%, time and a half our taxes. So it's not right what's in a letter. So just communication with the resident will be good, and I'm pretty sure the CAO explained to them, but that's all. That's it for now. Thank you.
Counselor Rhino.
Yes, I understand, their plight. I really do. I have sympathy for them with regard to that. But with this motion, I'm afraid that it could possibly somehow get us led back into a three-tier tax system. And I've been through that war before, and I don't want to go back there. I think this lies with the province taking the cap comes off. And this is where we should be lobbying the province to say, no, the cap stays on. This is where this cap system has to be tweaked. And that's what I believe, but I'm a little leery on going down this, if I'm hearing this motion right by Councillor Hibb, going down that road, because where it has possibility may leading to. So, thank you.
Adam is asked to clarify.
Through you, Madam Warden, quickly, I could just clarify, I don't think the intent of it, I'm hearing the motion is to bring back anything to do with the tier tax system. I think the mechanisms in the Municipal Government Act allow you to look at per dwelling unit charges or minimum tax options. So there's other tools in council's toolbox that you could choose to look at. And the intent, from speaking with CL Ramsey, isn't a tiered model. It's more just refreshing council with the other tools in your toolbox from your legislated options. And that's what the intent of the report would be from the motion that I've heard tonight.
Councillor Perry. You okay with that, Councillor Perry?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I guess, could you have that in writing? Could you put that to me in an email? Because, no, I'm not being smart, but I'm thinking, we have 11 individuals around this council chamber who are doing their best to stick up for their residents and stuff like that. And I just want the assurance of that we're not gonna head down a three-tier tax system, and I don't know how you can really give that, and I'm not being smart-assed about it. I'm just saying, how can you give that assurance that it may not lead there, right? Because of the individuals, that make up council.
Through you, Madam Warden, the staff report will not lead there, and I'm saying this on record. That's not what we're intending to bring back to you. So CL Ramsey isn't here, but she will hear this conversation, and I will speak with her.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. We can blame the province, we can blame, the cap and all this stuff, but this falls on the realtors, right? When this cap's been around for 20 years. The realtors know when a house is sold, whatever the selling price is now the set price, the taxation goes on. And if the assessed value of this home beforehand was $400,000 and they pay $700,000 for the home, then the tax value at market value is now $700,000, right? So what they should be saying is, here's the tax rate for the area you're moving into. Depending on your purchase price, this is what your tax is gonna be. But what they're showing people, and what people are looking at when they're buying their own homes, or maybe not going through a realtor, or not using a lawyer, right? Is they go on whatever website it is, MLS or whatever, and they see the current taxation. Well, that house is capped, and it shows you the value of that house, of what it is capped under. So as soon as you add $200,000 to $300,000 above that in your purchase price, you've reset the market value on that home. And I don't understand, because I've had this happen in my area, and I've had people at my door screaming and everything else, and it's like, you are the one that paid a higher price for that house. With a higher price, you should expect to pay more tax, because it's all based on market value. A willing buyer and a willing seller. And that's where I think the realtor world needs to really get on with this and let people know that when they buy. Because I know the other side of the coin too, is when you build. It may cost you $300,000 or $400,000 to build, but at the same time, they can come in and assess the property for $1 million. Right? So that's the other side of the coin, where people invest so much money and come back. But people need to be aware of this, because it's not something that is brand new. It's been around for over 20 years. So I think it's something that, you know, I don't know if we engage the realtor district or whatever, but this is where people are purchasing. They should know this stuff, right? Your realtor should be disclosing this to you upon purchase, when you go through things with your lawyer to finalize it. This is all stuff that they should be telling you. And if they're not, then, you know, some of that goes on the buyer too. And that's where like for me, I look at it, and it is very disheartening because of the inflation and how much houses cost now. And that's why getting anything on the market at a lower price for people to get into is beneficial. But if the house, like it happened multiple times, the house is listed for $350,000, it sells for $600,000, and was going through that crazy phase. And all these people were like, well, why is my taxes so high? Because you now reset that market value. And the realtors really should be telling the people this, because it's not fair. Because if they say, oh, the tax on this property is $4,000 a year. Yeah, that's if you could buy it for $200,000 under the asking price. So it's really not fair, and I don't know how we as a municipality fix that industry. Thank you.
Councillor Musa.
Well, thank you, Madam Warden. I'm glad this letter came in, because we had this problem for a while, and we never, ever, somebody from staff or anybody mentioned about the tools that we have until now. I thought we had no tools to do anything about it, but if there's some tools, I'd like to hear as soon as possible about it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask the Deputy Warden to take the chair.
Just go ahead, Warden.
I'm not speaking in support of this motion, partially because of the same reasons that Councillor Rhino elocuted, because conversations can go many ways. But like Councillor Rhino, I was also on council when CBRM introduced a minimum tax. And oh my. And what introducing a minimum tax does is it shifts the tax burden somewhat from the higher assessed valued homes to the lower assessed homes, and seeks to even it out there. So for every $3,000 the person who bought this house for however much for would save, then taxpayers in a modest home would have to pay that much more to make up the difference, because we still need the same tax dollars. And the last time we had any discussion about this, because we have talked over the years about minimum tax and things like that before, I know it's not true every time, but generally speaking, the folks who own the lower assessed homes, they're not the wealthy people in the municipality. They are the lower income people, generally speaking. I know not always. And no, taxation based on assessment is not fair. I don't know anybody that could make an argument that it's fair. But there's no method of taxation that's really fair. Not if you're, keeping with your tenets of, social justice and, maybe you could do it on income tax, or maybe you could do it, I don't know, but I just know from previous instances on council, when we tried to dive into this, that it was a big can of worms. We had the one bad experience come out of it. That was, Councilor Rhino is not overstating how bad it was. And having watched what happened in CBRM when they introduced their minimum tax, I remember John Morgan was the mayor of CBRM at the time, and I had a conversation with them it was Union and Nova Scotia municipalities at that time. And it wasn't a big minimum tax, but their position was that the people living in the old mining houses weren't paying enough, and they might have been right, I don't know. But it was so divisive and so terrible at that time that he said, we're not ever going to revisit that again. Now, I don't know if they've done that in the years since or not. I don't know. But I know it was highly unpopular there. And I think we have done some things here with, for example, the solid waste per household charge and that to even things out a bit. But if you start moving away from assessment-based taxation, that changes the water completely on the beans. And I don't know what it would do with the cap and how that would apply. And I just, similar to Councilor Rhino, I'm just not up for going there right now. Thank you. And I have had people in my district too call me because they got a much higher tax bill than they were anticipating. And very angry, hung up on me actually, and told me I should be ashamed of myself because I couldn't lower their tax bill. But the home they had bought, the last tax bill on it, the home was still in the system as not completed. So in the interim, between the time of the last tax bill of the previous owner was taxed on a partially completed home, the new buyer paid significantly over market value for the house, and it was then completed. And so, of course, their taxes were much higher. And, I acknowledge it's probably a tough pill to swallow, but I do agree that between the realtor and the home buyer, I can't imagine going out to get a mortgage to buy a home myself without making sure that I had all those costs nailed down and that I was, that I understood that. But those are my comments. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Warden. And I see Councilor Garden Cole.
Just hit your arrow there and it'll go back.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we don't support this motion because of all this information that you've just divulged in the past history, how can we find out what the tools are that we might have? Or are those the tools? Gotcha.
That's everything?
Minimum tax or similar to the per household charge.
Services.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that's everything.
Okay, thank you, Councilor.
Through the chair, I agree with what the warden was saying there. It is tax, they try to make it a tax where those with the most wealth pay. Is that fair? I think it probably is fair. Like, if you're just arguing for your own district, if you're in a higher assessed properties, you could argue for that reason, but it is fair, and that's how income tax works. A lot of things, those who have the most ought to pay, and that's the way I look at it. the other thing, Councillor Perry brought up about the realtors, this information is available when you buy a house. Like, you can find it out yourself, your realtor should tell you, your lawyer should tell you. It's not hidden information. This information is available. If it's a surprise, it shouldn't be. We can get some information to come back, but I'd be a little concerned about going down any roads here myself, even though it might be helpful to my district. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lucen.
Thank you. I heard some comment and I heard what the warden and Councillor Rhino are fearing. And honestly, if one of us want to go that road, we can make any motion at council and go for it. So we didn't make that motion. We had no intent of doing that motion to going back to the 3-tier, but it could be done without bringing that report. Like, I could go at the end of this meeting, I could make a motion to come back with a report about 3-tier taxing. And if it passes, it passes. If it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. So that's not the intent. The intent is we have some tools and we can discuss as a councillor. We have been agreeing on everything we do here. And we could come up with something that support like in your district, you have people that have assessment for $700,000. You probably could find a way to support those people because your fire rate is 21 cents. 21 cents on $700,000 is a lot of money. So if we could find a way to support those higher taxes without hurting the lower taxes, why not? Like, we're not going we're not bringing that report in a bad intention. Like, our intention is to help the whole area and to work for the whole area for something that we could do. Like, if we could do some maximum taxes for a new homeowner, like first-time buyer. Would that be my kids or your kids or somebody else's kids that just started in their life? So if we do something, if that's in our tools and we could do it, what's that gonna hurt everybody? It's gonna support everybody because all our kids need a home, and when they buy a new home, they're in a new tax. They're not gonna be, unless they inherited from their parents. And about the warden, about the low assessment or the low income people, I know there's a lot of people that have millions of dollars and they have their houses already paid, their homes already paid, they don't have any mortgage, and their taxes, their assessment are in the $200,000. So it's not true what she said about it. It could be true in some areas, but I think that report could help. And as a good council that's been working together for the better of the whole municipality, I think we could find a good solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hebb, just a second. There we go. We got you.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Going on 17 years next month. This has never been brought up before since I've been a councillor, as far as I know. And this is a good chance of an example of how things are, and it's been going on for years. It's not something that's new. I know that, and you're right. The realtor should be telling these people or not. When you're buying a home, there's so much things you have to do. Some of the things that you should be doing, you're not doing, and this might be the case. I don't know, but I would be very interested in finding a report coming from staff. We don't have to act on it. We don't have to do anything. Just a report. You know, what's going on? Is there ways out there? Isn't there ways, or whatever we could do? But I think we're obligated to get a report. You know, not saying we got to act on it, but I think it's very important right now to find out what's going on. And we think we know, but we may not know. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hebb, and the warden wants to speak. Can you put your own? Okay, thanks.
It's just, and I hear that, and I guess it's just because I have heard it before and seen. But the bottom line is, if you're going to lower taxes for some people, the only way to make that money up that we need to operate is to raise taxes for someone else. That's how it is. That's our source of operating revenue, is through taxation. And if you're not going to tax, if you're going to a different method of taxation, if you're going to put a maximum tax on, then somebody's going to be paying that money that you're not getting anymore. And that's a concern to me, and so I will certainly abide by the will of council, but I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Warden. Now, did we have an actual motion on this?
Yes.
We did, okay.
It was to have a report on this.
Oh, right, yes, so we have a motion to have a report on this. So seeing no one else left to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the vote is against the motion, so it has failed, with Councilors Dixon, Hebb, Musa, and Perry voting for. I'll turn the chair back to you, Warden.
All right. It's only 10 after 10 and we're still in correspondence for decision, folks.
I know this motion has failed, but as a councillor, have I the right to ask the CAO about what option, what tools we have just to be able to know it?
You're certainly free to ask the CAO for information.
Oh, you are okay, like,
Not tonight.
no, not tonight,
Yes.
okay.
Allowed to ask the CEO questions.
I mean, you have a report ready for that,
We don't
or
have a report.
like,
There won't be, you don't have the right to ask for a report.
no, just something for me to, detailed thing for me, can I ask for it or no?
I'm not sure. Not sure I understand. So what
Well-
would you be asking for? You could have a conversation with the CAO. You could not request a report outlining details.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right. The selection of a delegation for the 2025 NSFM Fall Conference, November 4th to 7th at the Westin Hotel in Halifax. And whoever the delegates are that go to this conference, if anyone has the time, even if you're not a delegate, I urge you to go to the annual meeting to vote on some of these changes they're bringing forward, because they are not good.
That's your next agenda item.
Yeah, so the selection of a delegation, so. Who would like to go to NSFM's exciting conference at the Westin? We can't send everybody, don't fight about it. Counselor Tingley, how many do we usually send? 5. Myself, the CAO, and 3 other counselors. So Counselor Tingley has expressed interest in going. Anyone else?
I'll go if no one else is interested.
Deputy Warden McPhee? Oh, come on, folks, somebody must want to go. Not seeing anyone else. Oh, Cecil?
I'm just checking my calendar, I can't commit right now, but
Okay.
you don't have to stay again.
Like, you can travel if you wish, but the way traveling is to downtown Halifax now. But, all right, we'll leave you to get back to
We should have a
staff.
motion just on those names, please, for the record.
Yes, is someone prepared to move that motion? Would be myself, the CAO, Counselor Tingley, Deputy Warden McPhee, and Counselor Dixon to be confirmed. Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Moved and seconded. We'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously. Okay, next item. NSFM is proposing bylaw changes to be considered at the AGM on November the 6th during the NSFM Fall Conference. Council may wish to discuss the proposed changes to form an opinion for delegates to share. And any member may attend the AGM at no cost, even if you're not a delegate. Now, I don't know if everyone has read these proposed changes. They are proposing to disassociate themselves with AMANs and not have anyone from AMANs on their board anymore. And the rule that we got tossed out the last time they did bylaw changes, which they were saying we couldn't bring staff, like our CAO or a director or someone to, and we got that added back in. They're proposing to take that out again. Those are the two big ones for me. So anyway, Councillor Rhino.
Yes, Madam Warden, and it's not with this, but we have got a considerable amount to go through. We've got in-camera sessions, we've got a lot. I wonder, I would set a time of adjournment of 11 o'clock and then reconvene on Thursday night again. This, because like I said, the longer we go, I think poor decisions are made. And we've always set this aside, so I would move that the adjournment be at 11 o'clock.
Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Moved and seconded to the motion, Councillor Perry?
Yes.
The motion is to adjourn at 11.
No, sorry.
Okay.
For the document.
All right, seeing no one to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed by a vote of 8-3. With Deputy Warden McPhee, myself, and Councillor Mitchell voting nay. And I voted nay because I've got a cold and I don't want to come back Thursday night. All right, back to the, it would be, okay, I'll go to you, Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I have 2 points. I was going to say, make an amendment to the agenda that when this topic is done for correspondence for decision, we go straight to the in-camera session. So we can get that taken care of tonight, before 11 o'clock, and we can have committee reports following on Thursday.
Okay.
I'll make that
Agreed.
motion.
We need a motion. Has everyone agreed to go to the in-camera reports? Okay, I don't think we need.
All right, now with this here, yeah, you highlighted some of the things I was gonna bring up. Now, how will they be doing the vote for this at the AGM, or is only delegates, because we're supposed to be able to attend it, and it's e-voting, but how do we log in if we're not a delegate?
Mr. Clarkson has some information.
Through you, Madam Warden, I would just say Shirley has been working with NSFM to get clarity on how council members or members can attend remotely for the AGM and vote. We don't have that clarity yet, but NSFM confirmed that is an option, and they're working through that process. So as soon as Shirley understands the confirmation, council will know.
Okay, because like I'll hobble over for the AGM, whenever that is, to try and get, be able to have my vote heard, but I don't want to arrive there and then all of a sudden show up and they're like, well, you're not a registered delegate, you can't vote.
We will communicate the how.
Okay, thank you.
I think what we're looking for here is some consensus that we're not in favor of these proposals. I think that's all we need tonight, so that the delegates that go know that they're speaking on behalf of council. So I'll just go around the room and say, does anyone not agree that we are not in favor of these changes? Okay, I think that's all I need to know from that one, and I don't think we need a motion. All right, next item.
Say we're moving in camera, is that what I heard?
We're not done the
Correspondence.
correspondence yet, are we?
Yeah, that was the last one.
Okay. So now, we have left on our agenda, Fire Advisory, Nominating Committee, Police Advisory, Corporate and Residential Services, and Infrastructure and Operations, plus business from councilors and the warden's report, plus an in-camera session. It's been agreed that we will do the in-camera session around the land and contractual issues first, and then go back and get through as much as we can prior to 11 o'clock. So I would be looking for a motion to go in camera. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Contrary? Motion is carried. We will give staff time to
I can keep this.
I would report that we met in camera to discuss issues around land and a legal contractual issue. Staff was given direction as a result of those discussions. I would now be looking for a motion to adjourn to reconvene Thursday night at 7 o'clock. Moved and seconded. All those in favor?